all heads of regulated public utilities and or their representatives, consumer groups as represented, colleagues, consumers and members of the public, media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all other protocols observed, good morning. It is both a pleasure and an honor to welcome each of you to the 8th edition of the Consumer Parliament. This event, organized by PURA, has become a vital forum where regulators, service providers, and consumers come together to address key issues and priorities in our industry. It serves as an invaluable platform enabling consumers to share their experiences and concerns directly with those responsible for delivering essential services. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of the Consumer Parliament is to promote an informed and engaged consumer base, which is essential for a thriving and fair regulatory service. As many of you may know, consumers play a central role in shaping the services and standards we work to uphold, ensuring that they are informed, empowered, and equipped to make the best decisions regarding the services they consume is therefore critical. Raising awareness is a core mission of the authority, and the Consumer Parliament exemplifies this commitment for fostering direct line of communication between service providers and the consumers they serve. This event ensures that consumers' voices are not only heard, but valued, helping to shape policies and practices to enhance their experience and protect their rights. Today's gathering also underscores PURA's commitment to transparency and accountability, encouraging service providers to engage directly with consumers, hear their challenges, and respond to their needs. This forum is an ideal setting to address the pertinent issues that impact us all, from service quality to fair pricing and accessibility. Distinguished guests, I'm pleased to announce that we have representatives from all regulated sectors here today, prepared to listen and respond to your feedback. While I will not speak on their behalf, I'm confident that they bring with them solutions and willingness to address your concerns. Thank you all for joining us at this important event. I look forward to productive discussions and collaborative spirit as we work together to advance consumer interest and further strong regulatory framework. Thank you all for your kind attention.
Can I have a bigger clap for my Director General? Well, excuse me, and you will get it before the end of the proceedings. I am a women power person. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jamila. Like I said earlier, I was supposed to give you a brief explanation of the Consumer Parliament, but like you've just listened to there, my able director has done that, and she did a fantastic job. Jamila, once again, thank you for that statement. At this point, I will invite our Director General, Mr. Njoguba, to give his statement. Mr. Ba, thank you.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Honorable members of the National Assembly, the representative of the Lord Mayor of Canifing Municipal Council, the chairman and board members of PURA, heads of government institutions, all heads of regulated public utilities, consumer groups represented here, colleagues, staff of PURA, consumers, and members of the general public, the media fraternity, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all other protocols duly and respectfully observed. It is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you all to the 8th edition of the Consumer Parliament, hosted by us, the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, PURA. Today, we gather to engage in meaningful dialogue on issues that impact our lives, our communities, and our future. Your presence here speaks to the importance we all place on consumer protection and our commitment to strengthening this vital area. This biannual event, led by the Directorate of Consumer Affairs, has grown into a valuable platform where critical issues related to consumer rights and welfare are discussed. The Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, PURA, is a multi-sector regulatory body established under an Act of Parliament in 2001. Our mandate spans across telecommunications, broadcasting, electricity, petroleum, and that's the downstream, water and sewage sectors. This legislative mandate tasks us with fostering a fair, competitive environment in these sectors, where quality services are accessible and affordable to all consumers. This day is significant, not only for the discussions we will have, but for the actions we will take moving forward. The Consumer Parliament serves as a vital platform for collaboration among stakeholders, and that is from government agencies to service providers and consumers. By coming together, we can identify challenges, share solutions, and forge a path towards a more equitable and just society. The theme of this year's Consumer Parliament, that is building youth resilience, ensuring fair utility services, and combating cyberbullying, is not only timely but essential as we navigate the complexities of our modern world. It emphasizes our responsibility to nurture young leaders in the regulatory sector. This theme also aligns with our recent efforts to address the challenges young people face online, equipping them with the skills to combat cyberbullying and other negative behaviors. On the theme on building resilient youth, first and foremost, let us focus on our youth, the leaders of tomorrow. In an era marked by rapid technological advancement and social shifts, it is imperative that we equip our young people with the skills and resilience they need to thrive. Resilience is not just just about bouncing back from challenges. It is about fostering adaptability, critical thinking, and emotional intelligence. By investing in programs that promote mental well-being, life skills, and educational opportunities, we can empower our youth to face adversities with confidence and courage. We recognize the potential of our youth as powerful advocates for positive change. In line with this, the Directorate of Consumer Affairs has recently launched the PURA Student Ambassadors Initiative, designed to engage young people in our work and empower them to advocate for consumer rights within their communities. Young people, especially those here today, we encourage to embrace this opportunity to learn about their rights and responsibilities concerning the utilities they consume. Your voices are valuable in shaping a more informed, resilient consumer base across the Gambia. On ensuring fair utility services, next we turn our attention to fair utility services. On access to essential services such as water, electricity, and telecommunications is a fundamental right for every consumer. Our commitment to ensuring these services are equitable and affordable is unwavering. Today, we will discuss how we can enhance transparency and accountability within service provisions, ensuring that all consumers, regardless of their circumstances, can access the utilities they need without fear of exploitation or unfair practices. Together, we can advocate for policies that prioritize consumer protection and elevate standards across the board. On combating cyberbullying, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is undeniable that technology serves as a double-edged sword. While it brings great benefits, it also poses risks, particularly to young people who are often the most vulnerable. The rise of digital platforms has transformed the way we communicate, but it has also created new avenues for harassment, abuse, and misinformation. PURA, as a regulator of the ICT sector, recognizes its role in educating and empowering young people to use technology responsibly and protect themselves against these risks. Cyberbullying has become an increasingly serious issue, and we have a shared duty and responsibility to engage in open discussions, to raise awareness of these threats, and encourage protective measures. It is crucial that we foster a culture of respect and kindness in our digital interactions, empowering individuals to stand against bullying in all its forms. We are committed to collaborating with relevant authorities to establish effective policies and laws that combat cyberbullying. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, over the years, the Consumer Parliament has generated positive outcomes that have influenced policies across the regulatory landscape. We will continue building on this progress to ensure that consumers across the country are protected and enjoy equitable access to quality services. As we embark on today's proceedings, I urge each of you to engage actively, share your insights, and collaborate with one another. Let us harness our collective knowledge to build a brighter future for our youth, ensure fair utility services for all, and create a safer online landscape. Thank you all for being here today and for your commitment to these critical issues. Together, we can make a difference. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Director General Ba. And I would just like to put a little bit more emphasis on the theme there, which is building youth resilience, ensuring fair utility services, and combating cyberbullying. Just like the director rightly said there, we know the internet has its benefits, but it also has its disadvantages. And we know exactly that right now at this point in time in our world, the disadvantages are doing a greater harm than the benefits of the internet. This is why at PURA here, we know that it's important that to involve young people because they are the ones that are suffering the most. They know everything that's happening in the internet. And we have a surprise for you. We have, I don't want to go deep into the student ambassador. Maybe that will be for another forum. But at PURA here, I just want to let you know that we know the importance of engaging the young people because they are the future of tomorrow. And we need to do everything possible to build them up to know their responsibilities. Thank you very much, Director Ba. At this point, I would like to acknowledge the members of the National Assembly that are here present, also the government officials that are present here. I will also want to acknowledge all the government officials present, the CEOs of the GSM operators, the CEOs of the ISPs, and the CEO of NAWEC. I think the CEO of NAWEC is here, and all other invited guests that have come to support us on this day. We want to say thank you very much. At this point, I would like to invite the board chair of PURA to come and give the keynote address. Thank you very much.
Honorable members of the National Assembly, the representative, the Lord Mayor of Kaniping Municipal Council, colleague members of the PURA Board of Directors, Director General of PURA, heads of government institutions, heads of partner regulated public utilities and all their representatives. And I have noticed that this year they have been represented at the highest level, and we thank them for this. Consumer groups as represented, staff of PURA, media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, or is it good afternoon? I'm delighted to welcome you all to the 8th edition of the Consumer Parliament taking place here at PURA headquarters. As you are already aware, the Consumer Parliament has become an important platform for our major stakeholders, i.e. the service providers and the consumers, to enable them to interact and dialogue in person on issues of common interest. This platform also provides a unique opportunity for consumers to be enlightened and educated on burning issues in the regulated sectors. The theme of this year's Consumer Parliament, Building Resilient Youth, Ensuring Fair Utility Services, and Combat Cyberbullying, is another of such carefully chosen topical issues aimed at furthering discussions on how service providers can improve on the entire service delivery system, and is particularly timely given the evolving digital landscape, including the appearance of artificial intelligence. The rapid evolution of information and communications technologies has revolutionized communication, transcending geographical boundaries. The internet has transformed our world into a global village. However, despite these advancements, the security of online communication and transactions remains a paramount concern and challenge. Cybersecurity, the protection of systems, networks, and data in cyberspace is paramount as internet connectivity expands globally. The International Telecommunications Union, ITU, outlines 3 primary security objectives. 1, ensuring availability. 2, maintaining integrity, including authenticity and non-repudiation. And 3, safeguarding confidentiality. However, despite a series of initiatives being put in place by the authority to keep operators being constantly on alert, gaps are still being noticed in the areas of quality of service delivery and consumer complaint resolution, among others. Today's Consumer Parliament is therefore expected to critically examine, analyze, and identify the strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities and threats to the whole range of the regulated utilities in our industry. Let me reiterate the fact that service delivery has become critical not only to businesses, but also for the entire national economy. Access to regulated utilities has become an enabler of economic development. Most people and industries rely on improved service delivery to carry out their personal and official tasks more efficiently and effectively. In recognition of these challenges, PURA is committed to collaborating with stakeholders to develop a clear roadmap to address consumer issues in the regulated sectors, particularly those affecting young people. Being constantly aware of their vulnerability as both victims and perpetrators of internet misuse, PURA is dedicated to improving appropriate regulatory measures, and educating young people on responsible digital usage and other regulated utilities. We must empower young people to raise their voices and concerns on other consumer protection issues. I urge you all young people present here to utilize this opportunity not only to voice your concerns regarding service providers, but also to offer constructive suggestions that will assist PURA and operators in developing youth-friendly regulatory measures and policies to ensure your safety. The Consumer Parliament provides an invaluable forum for honest and open discussions. I implore you to seize this opportunity to address the exploitation of the internet and promote its positive use for the betterment of lives and livelihoods, among other ICT-related issues and regulated sectors. Going by the outcome of previous consumer parliaments, this platform has already facilitated notable improvements in the provision of services to customers across the regulated landscape. PURA therefore anticipates that today's exchanges and deliberations will also lead to similar positive outcomes in ensuring service delivery. On our part, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to promote improved services delivered by the operators through close monitoring of the quality of service using key performance indicators and sometimes resorting to sanctions for poor service quality. We also ensure that we constantly dialogue with industry stakeholders in a forum such as this to help diagnose their challenges and inadequacies, and then provide solutions aimed at helping them to improve on the overall service delivery to customers. The authority is committed to always protecting the interests of consumers, while also finding ways to addressing challenges facing the service providers. Let us engage in meaningful dialogue to educate young people about responsible internet use and access to regulated sectors, enabling them to harness their full benefits while recognizing the potential downsides. While technology offers immense opportunities, it is essential to acknowledge that abusing its power can have dire consequences. On that note, I would like to thank and wish you all a vibrant and engaging forum as it relates to the theme and beyond, to include all spheres of PURA's regulated responsibilities. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ngom, Board Chair of PURA. Mr. Ngom rightly there re-echoed the importance PURA attaches to the Consumer Parliament, and also the importance PURA attaches to stakeholder relationship in ensuring and he also re-echoed the importance of young people and the crucial role young people can play in ensuring we have sanity in the regulatory sector, because we all know young people have the potential and can be catalysts to influence impactful and positive change on the issues that affect them. Thank you very much, Mr. Gam. At this point, I would like to invite, there is a little addition to the program. I would like to invite the CEO of Q Group, Mr. Mohamed Jah, to speak on behalf of the service providers. Mr. Jah.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, honorable members of the National Assembly, member of the National Assembly ICT subcommittee present, the chairman of PURA, our uncle and father, Ali Kom, Director General, Mr. Dr. Joe Guba, Deputy Director General Sima Solo, all the board members and management and staff of PURA who have organized this very important consumer parliament. I would also like to acknowledge all the operators present from Gamtel, Gamcel, Comion, Africell, DK Telecom, Insys Global, Unique, all the operators. If I don't mention your name, I would like to apologize for that. As you can see, I am getting very old, and the problems of the sector makes me to forget sometimes. So thank you very much for attending. And also to our consumers, I would like to welcome you today on this very important occasion. This occasion today is not an occasion for praise singing or praising any particular operator. The occasion is meant to voice out your challenges and issues so that we can strive together to meet your expectations. This occasion is very important to all of us. And please bear in mind that although you want us to solve all your problems, whether technical or financial, it is not practically possible for any business to do that 100%. And that is why we are here as operators together to listen to your issues and your challenges, and together we can solve the problem. If it was possible for one company to solve all your problems, I'm sure you will not see a lot of us here because it will be a monopoly. So we are here together because we believe that each one of us has special capability to be able to give it to you. So no one company can solve all your problems. So on behalf of all the operators, I want to welcome everybody, and I will not forget also the media here present. As you know, whatever we say here on behalf of all the consumers, the media disseminate that to the entire country and to the world at large. So we would like to thank all the media present, especially I have seen my elder brother here, Mr. Gomez, who is always available on this particular event. On behalf of the operators again, I would like to thank all of you for attending, and I hope we will have a fruitful deliberation today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jah. He said he is growing a little bit older because of the problems of the sector, but I just want to think PURA is not part of that, because we've just received the award for the world's most lenient regulator. Thank you very much, Mr. Jah. And like I said a little bit earlier, we have a little surprise for our visitors today. At PURA here, we understand the vital role young people can play in national development. This is why we've been working very hard behind the scenes with young people. We have an initiative that we started here at PURA using young people in the work that we do here. We know how important young people are, and we know what they can do in ensuring that our mandate reaches the entire nation. This is just a gist, but if you want to know what more PURA is doing with young people, and I'll at this point maybe advise all the other institutions that are here to do the same, because since we started working with them, the PURA student ambassadors, they are doing a phenomenal job in ensuring that the mandate of PURA is known by every Gambian. So at this point, I would like to invite the PURA student ambassadors. Even us at PURA do not know exactly what they are coming to do. So at this point, I welcome our student ambassadors. So just sit down, relax, and enjoy what they have for you. Thank you very much.
Nawek. Like, I cannot even understand Nawek. Go fat, comfort, go fat. What's the problem? These people, huh?
It's not easy.
This country is safe. Everybody problem. Every day, problem.
But do you realize something? It's like both of you are just complaining about Nawek. For Gasama, you are complaining about electricity supply.
My appliance, my television, all has spoiled because of Nawek. Just go fat, come.
Jaria, to you too also.
To get up early morning with the intention of going to work, just to find out that the taps are not functioning. Huh?
But this is so... But to be honest, I believe that were you informed that, like, sometimes they do undergo this maintenance period. So were you informed? Both of you?
No, we are not informed.
But you should be informed as a consumer. It's your right. I believe when they are doing maintenance period, they should inform all customers or all consumers that this is the day that we are going to do maintenance. And everybody should be aware. Because if this is done, people like you will not be disappointed, and you also. Because electrical appliances, this costs money, is it not so? And you getting up early in the morning to go to bed, to go to work, and there is no water. It's so disappointing. So I believe they should make an effort in informing all consumers that today this is a day that we are going to do maintenance, and all of you are expected to save yourself from disappointment so that you can fetch your water.
La ilaha illallah. Def nañ ma ko. Hey.
Nawek again.
It's not Nawek. I am okay with water and electricity. Guys, you know what is happening?
What is happening?
Yesterday, someone called me. I don't even know how this person managed to know my name. The person was like, Fatima, give this phone to Alpha. Alpha is the shopkeeper who lives next to my house. I gave the phone to Alpha. Alpha talked with the person. And then I think Alpha sent a credit to the person.
Yes.
And Alpha said, I should pay the money that he has sent. 2,000 Gambian dollars. Where will I get that from to pay Alpha?
But this is serious. I do heard of this credit scam, but I never thought this was real.
It is real.
But then what did you do? Did you call the customer care?
No, I did not.
But you should have called the customer care so that they could track that number and then at least block it. I believe if you have done that, that scammer will not distribute that credit that he bought. So did you do that?
No, I
But
did not.
you should have done that, because any problem you have to go to your provider first and then inform them that this is what happened to me. If they can't help you, now you can come to PURA.
What does PURA do concerning this?
PURA is an institution that was established by an act of government, whereby PURA regulates certain service providers. We have the GSM operators, electricity, water, you have broadcasting, you have petroleum. We have much more than that. So PURA is there for you. So if I believe that like you are in a case of this, what you do is you make sure that you inform your provider first and then contact them. If you contact them, this is their number, 148. You contact them and tell them that this is my problem.
Okay. My life, my future, everything is at stake.
What happened to your life?
Guys, can you imagine what this boy just did to me? Simply because we were in a relationship. We broke up, and he decided to publish all my new pictures that I sent to him.
You know what they say, eh? An action is not done for any reason. I was scrolling through TikTok. I saw her talking ill about me online. Imagine that, a man of my caliber. Just take a look at me, for example. Do you know how many people wanted to be my girlfriend? I left all of them for you. And I think that was the worst mistake of my life.
Can you compare just me speaking in, just speaking in
My
about
character
you?
is as important as your pictures. I hope you understand.
I don't know what to do. This boy has to be sued to court.
Suit, why are they going to see me? If you did not do it, I will not do it. It's very simple, my sister. Next time, just know that whatever you put out there, there's another person that will put out something about you. You understand? I'm not going to take it lightly with you. If you see me, I see you.
Yeah, come on.
Nah, this is not fair.
It was so bad.
If she did not start, I will not do it. That is it.
I need pictures.
I am not the one who asked her to send them to me. To do? Who will marry her? The next man she lies to will marry her.
Wait. Do you guys imagine that both of you did something wrong that was very bad? Because I believe that both of you contributed to this. Why should you send her nude pictures outside?
Why should she tarnish my image online?
And why should you go to TikTok talking about some things that are even not the personality of the person? You both are wrong. You should not do that. That is called cyberbullying. So please, in this case, both of you should put that down, because if PURA is involved, I guess you guys are going to face the consequences of
Very soon they'll forget about that. Don't worry.
No. Remember, what happens in the internet, when it goes out, you have no control over
You
it.
hear?
You have no control over it. So please, whatever you send outside, people do screenshot it. People do screen record it. People do download this and then keep it as archive to use it against you. So whatever you use or whatever you put outside will come and haunt you one day. So I believe that you have a responsibility to pay. That is what you have to remove that thing. Never let this thing happen. If you have personal issues, deal with it personally. Don't go outside and then involve the internet. To all of you here, we are just trying to sensitize everybody here. Whatever you do in the internet will haunt you one day. So please, let us avoid this. Whatever you put out there, you are no longer in control of it. People use it against you. So with PURA,
Yes, equity in development.
thank you.
A bigger clap for our student ambassadors. And Jamila, you have to give a standing ovation. Stand up, clap for your babies. They did a fantastic job. PURA student ambassadors, thank you very much. And this is just a gist of what we have been doing with our ambassadors. And like I said earlier, we really attach great importance to the role of young people in nation building. PURA ambassadors, thank you very much. And at this point, my work here is almost done, I think. I would like right now to hand over the mic. This is a great honor for me to hand over the mic to my mentor, my uncle, my daddy, Mr. Peter Gomez, who has been an inspiration. He is the reason why I am doing what I am doing right now. I don't know if I have ever told him this anyways, but it's an honor to hand the mic over to Mr. Peter Gomez now, who will continue with the proceedings. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Madeline, and congratulations. Good afternoon, first and foremost, to the consumers, because this is your day. And I'd like to just say that this is the 8th Consumer Parliament, and I believe I've done 6 or 7. I can only remember missing one. So I have worked with every Director General of PURA, and I'd like to welcome Dr. Njoguba. I look forward to working with you as well. The chairman I've been with for a while, Alhaji Aliu Momar Ngom. And it's a pleasure to see my new National Assembly member friend, Honorable Almame Jiba. It was just 2 days ago that I was on the same platform with him. One thing I like about the Consumer Parliament is it is inclusive. It's the only event which regularly, almost always, caters for the hard of hearing. They have always had representation. And okay, it's nice to listen to people in English, but they also cater for non-English speakers, people who don't understand us in English, because for the past 3 to 4 editions, I know the television, they want me to be there. I just don't like cameras. And they should know that by now. I am not important. The consumers are, as well as the service providers. They will complain to them through me, but it's their questions and the answers of the service providers that matter to people who are watching and listening. So I want to begin with a quick interpretation of the speeches that were made, because they were very important. They set the scene for why we are here, what we expect, and even advice on how you should deal with the service providers. So may I invite the interpreters, they are always provided, to just quickly come and summarize what was said by the various speakers.
Assalamu alaikum, ngali kontong kotenke, bifanam, pura ye kumandirulo ke jang, ela dulato me yala ko kairaba avenue. Bilom sinya seiti, e kanyin kumandiringo ke, kamol kumandi purke ne danku, kaitandi molla, munem ila dokuoti, aning ini molu tema. Moja Malle Diamota Jang, Director Diamota, General Director, GSM ila Representative Hamed Dia, a Diamotale, aning mo koten wol fanan Diamota. Bi fanang kamuru mol kang wolom pura munom ila do kwoti wolom pura bening GSM tema me yalon ko menka kibaro di mola Fadam Fanso ana sifa bi fanang momo yalon ko inata jang ima beta ise nyini karo sodo kan nyini karo ke mol mi yalon ko ibe platform auto jang ibe siri molye pour ka jabirol ke nyini karo membina kela so momo se pare ni nyini karo bebul isake. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Ngata jola kangula njobre saf bukana buron kantate di platforme uyu jat pura kulalang kulenyu beka wonke bukanak mbiku joku janten waku jutumlong kibara yati bukanak di mofama di Gambia pura yoyenu kefey ya jurom titraiti bukanak di consumers ko enum si telefongas di wa wafa wayi woto anasano bajum wanu jebe cheng di karay sila nu ngole nuy sen manku jabi platforme wunya bukana kan manjong koku jalom beka representa si fana soli soku jalom anusaru mbaju wapu cheng mbu cheng panku jabi inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Mbokki Gambia ak gan yeeg képp ku nekk ci biir Gambia di fi dunda PURA ñoo oote tey di seen juróom-ñetteel bi yoon pour pencoo ak askan bi ci mbiri service comme yi nit ñi di soxla muy télécommunication naweek internet ak yeneen i mbir tey nag dañ oote waat ci beneen anam liñ def boppi wax ji nag mooy ndaw yi yar leen tàggat leen ci li nga xam ne nii mooy nit war a jëfandikoo internet ci biir loolu ki nga xam ne mooy Jamilatu Seydi moom wax na ne mu ngi bismillah mbooloo mi yëpp fii comme niñ ko daan defee bi yoon nag ci seen makkaan lañ ko defee daan nañ ko def ci yeneen gox defoon nañ ko bi mujjee suma fàttewut biir kaama lañ ko mujjoon a def daaw askan wi nag ñu ci bari ba tey xamuñ PURA ñoom i tamit mbootaay la walla liggéeykaay buñ sos ci biir réew mi mel ni yeneen liggéeykaay yi nga xam ne ni ci ron keppaari nguur gi lañ nekk ndax dañ gis ne su fekkee ne nit ki soxla na ndox walla mu soxla électricité walla mu soxla was walla mu soxla leneen te askan wi ñooy soxla loolu ci liggéeykaay yooyu kon war nañoo am ku nekk ci diggante bi walla mbootaay bu nekk ci diggante bi pour régler ba nga xam ne lorante du am gàncax gi du lekk ñax mi waaye ñax mi tamit bu mu lekk gàncax gi moo tax nag ñu gis ne solo la pour ñu sos mbootaay boobu moom lañ sos tuddee ko PURA Parliament nag ñoo ko sos mooy pencam ndawi réew def ko muy loi def ko muy loo xam ne nii nguur gi xàmmee na ko àdduna yëpp xàmmee na ko ci biir waxi Jamilatu nag ngeen baalal ma xaw naa gudd tuuti waaye nag dinaa ko gàttal ba ñëpp mun cee jot walla ñëpp mun a yëg seen bopp ci biir lii Jamilatu nag gannaaw bi nga xamee ne ni nuyu na ñëpp welcome ñëpp commencé ko ci pencum ndawi réew mi dem ba ci KMC ki leen fi teewal ak yeneen i kilifa yoo xam ne nii lii seen solo la te solol nañ ko GSM providers yi service providers yi ñoom ñëpp welcome na leen naweek Gamtel City ku ma ci tudd nga baalal ma waaye ñëpp ñi ci bokk ñëpp xam nañ ko ñii ñëpp gannaaw bu mu leen waxee ne leen bismillah leen dafa wone rek ne dañ ñëwaat tey pour ndaw yi ci li nga xam ne nii mooy wàllu internet gannaaw loolu ki nga xam ne nii mooy kilifa bu PURA docteur Njoogu Elba moom itamit ci bim neyoo mbooloo mi njëkkee ko ci ñi nga xam ne nii ñoom ñoo fi teewal Parliament mooy pencum ndawi réew mi ak ñi nga xam ne nii ñoo fi teewal KMC ak ñi nga xam ne nii ñoo fi teewal seeni compagnies ak askan wi si seen bopp ak yeneen kilifa gannaaw bi mu leen waxee bismillah si la commencé nag wax li tax ñu dajee fii mooy solo bi nga xam ne nii rek nguur gi solool na ko diggante nit ñi askan wi ak ñi ñuy soxla pour ñu di leen jaay moo xam lu ñuy naan la moo xam courant la moo xam lu ñuy communiquer di ko jokko la moo xam internet waaw gannaaw loolu nag mu ngi wane ne ba tey Parliament moo sos PURA in 2001 wane rek ne PURA moom itamit liggéeykaay bu am jomba la ci place ci réew mi ci gannaaw loolu mu ne xale yi PURA solool nañ xale yi jëmmal leen ci ne nit ñi use internet parce que ndaw yi ñoom ñoo gën a nekk ñi nga xam ne nii tey ñooy gën a jokkoo walla ñooy gën a dugga ci place yu xóot yi ci biir jokkoo waaw ba tax na PURA gis na ne am na solo pour ñu ndaw yi yar leen tàggat leen ba nga xam ne dinañ moytu lii nga xam ne mooy xew ci jamono te bugguñ ko ci affaire yi jokkaloo mooy yundu nit fexe ba yër ko uññi suturaam xawi suturaam ba pare weer ko ba mu nekk loo xam ne nii daanaka dafay nekk loo xam ne ku ko gis ku ne soo amee xel di nga ko ñaawlu lii def dee xew si jamono parce que du mbir mu nekk nga am ci sañ-sañ yóndu ko lu sa yoon nekkut sa yoon warut see ne si gàttal waruloo xawi sutura nit te loolu yëpp tey mu ngi am si jamono mu ne kon jar na ñu ndaw yi nga xam ne nii ñooy gën a doxal mbir mi ñoo ciy gën a yëngu su ko defee ñoom itamit ñu mun see bàyyi xel ci kaw loolu mu ne xarala internet dem na ba toll foo xam ne nii jaasi ñaari boor la wala dogeekaay ñaari boor la boo xam ne nii boor boo ñëwee soo moytuwul rek mën nga see gaañu wala nga lor si nit soo si gàttal daal mu ne mu ngee oote ba tey bennoo ak mun a waxtaan ak mun a jokkaloo ci diggante ñi nga xam ne nii ñooy soxla askan wi soxla ñii amee affaire yi internet ak affaire yi téléphone ak affaire yi yëpp pour ñu mun a jokkoo ci kaw anam bu rafet teg ko ci daal fondement bu dëgër gannaaw loolu njoogu daanelee waxam boo ciyaa bi PURA Mr Ngom moom itamit oo na ñëpp daal di leen bisimilla ci jataay bii moom itamit daanaka fi mu ubbee waxam rek mooy fi ñële jaaroon mooy oo askan wi ñëpp a ñi ci bokka pour ñu ñëw teewe place bi di wone rek ne ñoom ñi nga xam ne nii ñoom ñoo nekk ci boot bi mooy ñi nga kilifa yi ŋànka place bi parce que place bu ne am na kilifa yu ko ŋànka yoo xam ne nii suñ demee ba ñu lal pexe balaa ñoo def pexe mi dinañ wax ak kilifa yooyu seet si liñ ci war a seet seppi ci liñ ci war a seppi wala ñu yokk ci liñ ci war a yokk mooy ci gàttal daal ñoom ñooy boot membres yi moom mooy seen kilifa moom nag si biir waxam wax na ne rek ba tey PURA loi moo ko sos du luñ foraatu rek du ko loi moo ko sos comme ni liggéeykaayu nguur yi ak yeneen place yi niñ ko sosee waaw ba tax na am na loo xam ne nii lu jàmpala mooy lu jëm ci mbiri ndaw yi ak ni ñoo jëfandikoo internet mu ne baax na lool pour ñu ndaw yi ci nit ñi jëfandikoo internet ci nit ñuy jokkaloo ak li ñor li ñu war a génne ak li ñor war nañ ko segga daal ndaw yi war nañ leen a xamal jàngal leen tàggal leen di leen déy ni nga xam ne nii noonu la ñu war a jëfandikoo ci internet ak yeneen mbir parce que internet tax na àdduna bi yëpp nekk benn dëkk tey kon ci kaw loolu baax na pour ñu tàggat ndaw yi sooy dugal nga xam li ngay dugal sooy génne nga xam li ngay génne sooy jokkaloo nit ki tam nga xam nooy def ak moom waaw ci gannaaw loolu mu ngi wane ne jokkoo bi dañ ko takk wala ñu tënk ko ci ñetti mbir mooy li nga xam ne nii mooy wane ne wala fexe ba liggéey ba mbir am mooy fexe ba li nga soxla nga am ko waaye soo ko amee tamit nga fexe ba yaxanal ko waaye soo ko yaxanalee tamit ñu seet ndax luy mun a continuer wala du mun a continuer lii wax na ko si biir waxam mu ne nag ci kaw loolu liñ bugg a ngeen xam mooy PURA dañ bugg a def diggante askan bi ak ñi nga xam ne ni ñoom ñooy seen ñi nga xam ne ñoo leen di jaay liñ soxla mooy ñoom naweek ak téléphone yeeg yeneen yu sew yi ci laxasu pour ñu simen seen diggante balance seen diggante bi nga xam ne lorante du ci am loolu daal moom seen lu leen soxal la daal gannaaw loolu keneen ki waxaat ci wàlli programme bi tey mu ngi mel ni xale yi tamit ñëw nañ fi xale yi nga xam ne ñoom ñoo tax ñoom lañ berdalal jotaay bi ñoom i tamit jógee nañ si yeneeni school ñëw PURA invite na leen ñu ñëw ñoom i tamit def nañ fi lu mel ni théâtre waaye nag théâtre ñun ñëpp xam nañ ne dëggang ci waaye am na leneen lu nekk ci gannaaw dëggalu ci nekk it parce que nit mun naa ñëw waxam benn mu doon dëgg wa ima mu ñàkk a doon dëgg loolu yëpp li tax ñu ko def mooy won nit ñi ne ba tey jokkaloo bi am na ci fitnalante bu ci am boo xam ne nii waru cee am xale yi nag ñëw nañ def seen théâtre biñ ñëwee ki ci jiitu moom nawek la jàmbat lu rëy bi mu ko jàmbatee ne moom daal nawek sonal nañ ko parce que munta am lu correct ay bagages am yàqu nañ ay lu nekk yàqu nañ keneen ñëw ne ko ndax nawet ngay wax mu ne ko waaw mu dëggal loolu ne ko waaye nag nga teey si parce que am na ci yoo xam ne du ci ñoom rek dégg nga léegi keneen aksi moom i tamit jàmbat ne moom daal dafa am ku jël ay nataalam ak ay mbiram yoo xam ne ni buggut keneen wala ñeneen gis ko mu jël ko dal di ko def ci internet bi ñëpp di ko gis moom daal loolu nekkal na ko naqat ak tiitaange te xam nañ ne lii yëpp xale yi di def nii lu ci gën a bari lu am la keneen ñëw ne ko nang ci tey nag nit ki du looy génnee lu nekka loo bugg a génne ci mbiri nit ku nekk nga génne ko xale bu góor bi ñëw ne ko man de soo gisee ma génne say mbir yow yaa xaawi suma sutura man tam dinaa xaawi sa bos parce que loo fi mën a wax nit rek keneen mu ngi la dencal lu ko ëpp comme li ñuy wax rek loo fi xamal nit xamal na lu ko ëpp waaye ci kaw loolu ñu bañ a dàggasante bañ a lorante bañ a xaawiwante sutura ci nag jëfandikoo jumtuwaay yi xarañ yi nga xam ne ni mooy internet bi ci TikTok ak yeneen yu sew yeeg yi nga xam ne ni moom nit ñaa ngi koy jëfandikoo ci gannaaw loolu xale bi mujjee wax moom mu ne du loolu rek foofu rek amul foofu rek parce que man am na ku ma mos a oo ne ma demal si borom bitig bi mu jox la $2,000 ma dem fa ku jox ma ko waaye biñ demee gëstu tuuti ñu gis ne ab tappalekat la rek samba booy buy wóor la rek ñëw accident kof na mbiri nit waaw dem na demee na noonu beneen xale bi ne ko waaye nag su loolu amee bul nekk di yuuxu rek dërbee na place naan nawek demal PURA parce que ñoom ñooy ñi nga xam ne ñoom ñoo fi toog diggante askan wi ak lu mel noonu di nga gis ne soo ko waxoon yow nawek nga dellu dem PURA ñoom dinañ def seen gëstu ba gis ne loolu mun nañ koo tere waaye du fi nga toog nii rek di wax ci gàttal asalaamaaleykum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much. So we are about to open the floor to your comments. Hopefully there's going to be as many as possible from those of you attending. But the proceedings are also being live streamed on the internet with the hope that people are also following who are not in this country. And in past editions, we have also incorporated their contributions thanks to Eyeafrica. I hope people watching from anywhere around the world would want to participate in the process, especially if they buy credit for their families from wherever, buy food from their families through the different telecommunications providers. We would like to hear from them, whether it's via voice calls or SMS texts. Usually, Eyeafrica team would take down all text messages and forward them to me. So the service providers are up there, PURA are up there, sort of to fact check whatever the service providers say. So we await your questions. I was told that lunch would be served at 1 o'clock, but it's almost 20 minutes to 1, we haven't started. So may I suggest that we defer lunch to 2 o'clock, 2:30, 3 o'clock. The Giants, I'm sorry, the Njobens, I'm sorry, because we haven't even started, because I'm sorry to say this, but we were waiting for GRTS. So building the resilience of young people, I hope we will build your resilience to respect time. Don't do as we have done over the years. If we say 9 o'clock, make sure you start at 9 o'clock. If you have even one person, respect that person and start at 1 o'clock. We begin always the Consumer Parliament by apologizing for a late start. I hope that in 2 years' time, when we converge, wherever that may be, if we say 9 o'clock, we start sharp 9 o'clock, because the Director General was here, the Chairman was here, some of the invited guests were already here. If we had started, you know, those who come late, including my good friend here, the Honorable, will remember next time when they are invited that they would endeavor to arrive on time. So the first thing we are going to do, we are going to have a mix of testimonies pre-recorded on video, and we are now going to start with a video presentation. So I hope Eyeafrica are ready for the first video presentation, which will set the scene, I hope, and then we'll take it from there. And if people are following already on the internet, please feel free to walk into the Parliament. We are right here along Kairaba Avenue at the residence of PURA or PURA, one institution, two names. Some call them PURA, others call them PURA. They answer to either name, so don't worry. So come here and join us. So are we ready, Eyeafrica?
mané di wax assalamu alaykum wa rahmatullah di wax ne ñu ngi leen di nuyu bu baax baax di sante di leen gërëm di wax ne nawek dama amone ben jafe-jafe bo xamne ma am passeport bu ma jëndoon pour diko def reserve may jënd di 95 diko def up to nearly 10,000 wala more than that. Legi bima démé bo wara dugal caspo bu ma dugal rek du dox bu ma dugal du dox ma complain ki sel gaay né lool duñ ci mën dara ñu jox ma ndombo nawek ma dem nawek soti wul suma xel mi daj PURA nak ma jokko ak PURA fekk fa way bu ñu wax Mustafa legi bima ko waxé mu né ma OK dina wax suma boss dinañ try ñu wax ak ñooñu legi ñu dem nak jamono bu yagg ma delu woat len ñu ne ma ba léegi solfuñ ko ñu boole ma ak beneen waay bu ñu wax jeere nawek jeere bu ma topp ak moom affaire yi dem bem yàgga moom itam mu ne moom mënut ci dara ma jokkuwaat ak PURA gaa yi waxaat ak ñoom gaa yi dellooti wax ma ne da ngay nitaal affaire si yëpp nga bind ko nga sen ñu ko den ci laa def loolu yónnee ko suma xele bi dem yóbbu ko PURA waaye yàlla def gaa yi suñ ma joxee rendez-vous ne ma dinañ ko top bem yàgg benn bis laa toog rek fo naa soxna mbaas moo ma kool wala anti jamilatu wax ma ne ma gars yi dinañ la kool pour jox la sa affaire si léegi ci élection lañ ma kool rek delloo ma xaalis li ma fa defoon yëpp dañ ma yónnoo ay tokens rek ma dugal ko amende boobu ñëw waaw pour xam ne ci laa wax ne ñii moom kenn xamul leen ci dëkk bi waaye defe naa de daal man daal xam naa leen man welcome nañ ma bu baax a baax daal wax dëgg yàlla dafa meloon ni Moustapha ak mbaas mi sax suma doomu ndey lañ suñ lifine sax dañ ma day jéggulu man maay coow sax léegoo léeg waaye ñoom ñu ànd ak lifin dal rek ñoom laa toppeek ñoom daal ñoom itam ñu def ci itte bu baax a baax dëgg man ci seen ndombo boobu ñu ne oo rek laa leen oo waaw 148 mosuma faa dem suma xele bi rek lañ wax ne ko ñëwal nga indi kayit yi rek nii lañ ko toppee ba nga xam ne yàlla def na ci tawfiix daal
ya PURA mu compagnie ti mi alon ko e beti ada banko kam bakele because semben tangolu jikiran mu PURA ti bare mo jama be Gambia jang imam PURA la long kangolong imam PURA la quality long te mi alon ko beti ada banko kan was PURA ka molla nyanto fight la ka molla right fight ni buka la mo kay buka la mansaka kan demen ko fon fele da kiran delale de la korda kono mi da tar rajere nga complain nawek famini yes mba complain manna inata na mi da rida samana ja borta nga itene ko mi da buka bay mi da rida samana je e ko juloye mutajele men da ko wuli kemen fulani feng yenna kuran kun di am tam bare man da bir dara PURA nga be explain PURA e fanan kumandi ya explain PURA men fo wol mal tayi la courant connect fala nga diam nim PURA de tan courant ta malanteli yade because bilin dara je PURA e ko di courant monte o dom fana la ko do jole bare PURA le ma koy lo ta je nga diamu fo nga be ju abanda bi frida so PURA m fenel bango wante de ngila do ko jele kat ya kente en ba yalon Gambia jang men siata Gambia je wala mu niya fo mol se ka fo ibulata molla bare Gambia nin ata mo kemele be nyim banko ka me ala right lo ngala nyanto long amantami mo taworo wulal ko mo gata bango ka luwate banku ka ha men diara mo le ko le kemola hani itle mo luwalo ni etaram bulo long ika la nyanto so le mambata ko so men la rande ka nga fo na mita buka bori mandangu na mita mo bori mandangu so bi lume del na ya je ko julo len del mo da wuli kemo fula ko bar nga fala na mita bonda buka bori ar ka men sama nan ka wala jo nam ka men janen nen del mo longo ar ka men dindel nga wala jo nga bilo me aka de ko bilo del ka men jo ani ka men jana siara hotel ko sa ndel bo lonno la nyaadi ndel bo lonno la ndel de lonno la ndel si men keno je wala nyindi ko ale men din nanga jo PURA ko ali la kuran connect ya connect na rasi ngaja so PURA mbe tentu la mbe jayila alla ñi simfanya kana janga beti ata bage
waaye maa ngi kontaan ci ñoom bu baax ne ku ci am problème rek soo jokkoo ak ñoom rek te tey xam nga mbir ñoom dañoo flow up mbir mi du ne da ngaa yóbbu tey rek amoo ci lu leer rek nga ne damaa bàyyi soo demee tey amuloo ci dara kontaagaat leen suba ñoom itam process la bu ñuy def boo xam ne yow bi nga leen joxee complaint bi foog ñu seet ko dinañ ko seet dem wax ak ñi nga xam ne itam ñoom ñoo ko amee ñoo itam li ñu leen jox loolu la ñu mën a topp ba àgg fi mu war a àgg waaye ñu ci bëri soo demee nga joxe sa complaint tey rek sottiwul rek nga ne PURA defuñ seen liggéey waaye fekk man de kenn du wax la parce que koo xam ne loosoon nga 10,000 nga jënd sa ticket 10,000 nga toog rek ñu ne la loolu dafa expire ma ne leen expire 10,000 crédit nga ne dafa expire wax dëgg yàlla waaye bi ma ko toppee rek yàlla defal nañu ci sens bon xam naa ñoom ku leen a wax man moom suma doomu ndey lañ wax dëgg yàlla kontaan naa ci ñoom te ku ma gis nga am problème itam da ngaa gis ne dama la dee advice demal ci ñoom seen liggéey man recognize naa ko ci réew mi moom dëgg-dëgg wax dëgg yàlla am naa kontaante ci ñoom bu baax a baax a baax.
Okay. So that is to establish that PURA does work, and not only against NAWEC. This was an example of how they helped resolve problems relating to NAWEC. We have 3 more videos coming, and one of them will be about the network. Jamila is sitting next to me, and I just want her to maybe, briefly tell us how, their intervention with NAWEC, ultimately led to the successful resolution of the problem. And mind you, 148 is an important number, 148. Jamila.
Thank you, Peter. Not working with NAWEC alone, but with all service providers. We all have a complaint process which, when we were validating, they were all invited. So this is how it goes. When you have a complaint, the first step that we require you to do, the first question we ask is, have you complained to your service provider? Whereby you said, yes, we require certain information from you. Which individual did you speak to when you lodged your complaint? So from there, we will take your details and we will explain the entire process. That is, it will require the back and forth. If we need evidence from you to ensure that we guide NAWEC or the utility concerned, we take all the details of the complainant, contact the service provider, then inquire from them that this particular person has complained to you. How far are you working with the complaint? So when we have the update, we update the complainant again as to the progress of the complaint until we get to a resolution. Because what we want consumers to understand is, yes, come to PURA and lodge your complaint, but the service provider is more important in this process because they are the ones who knows what their challenges are. So if there is any challenge as to the resolution of your complaint, they have to make it known to us so that we can know that it's going to take this reasonable time. And what consumers want is to get an update. Because you lodge a complaint and no one is giving you any information, it really frustrates you. So we make sure that we put them in this process to know that whatever the stage of your complaint is, you are aware until it gets resolved. And it doesn't get resolved until you complainant yourself confirm to us that, yes, what I've complained has been resolved. Then this is where we close our process.
And it's important that the complainant understands that this is a process. You don't just complain today and expect that it will be resolved tomorrow. And because it's a process that takes time, they have to be what? Patient.
Yeah, that is very, very important. Some of the complaints, we all know if it is instant, like credit verification is done automatically because they can just go into their system and verify. Some of the things that would require some technical inputs or maybe material resources takes time. and we make sure the complainant understands that, to know that, yes, the reason why this cannot be resolved now is a result of lack of resources at this moment. So it is a process which we make sure, but like I said, we all deserve to have a different level of understanding of how the dynamics of the resolutions works. So once they know, they're also understandable, because we are all human beings. We know what is within our control and what is not within our control. So for this, it has been smooth for the complainants, and so far so good. Once the complaints are resolved, they are all happy, and the operator, and like, I'm not going to speak on their tongue, but like, the aim of every service provider is to ensure that their customers are satisfied. And you know, it has been a very smooth working relationship with them. Like, we are here in between them and the consumers. So their interest is to serve their consumers, and our interest is to make sure that consumers get value for money as well. So this is our goal, and I'm glad that, you know, they're very cooperative. It's not like I'm praising them, but truth behold, I don't know, the last time I've spoken to Mohammed regarding a particular complaint. So there are people who have been very cooperative, as well as all other operators. And we hope that this continue in the interest of their industry, and also in the interest of the general public, especially their consumers.
Thank you, Jamila. I just want to make reference to my junior brother, as he said, Mohammed Jah of the Q Group. This is not about praise singing. I hope there's somebody in the crowd here that has a complaint against PURA. Or those of you listening at home, watching at home, that have a complaint against PURA. I've been given a number on which to reach Eyeafrica. It's 2323 213. 2323 213. So if you're watching from outside the Gambia and you want to get in, of course, you have to proceed with the code for the Gambia. So very quickly, we'll get the interpreters to summarize what we just saw on screen, and also the conversation between me and Jamila, and then we will open the floor. Please let me have hands up, and just as they do, oh, how interesting. I was just about to say, and just as they do in the National Assembly, you raise your hand, you address me. I am your speaker for the hours we are here today, and then I'll give you the floor. Already, Honorable Almame Jiba has raised his hand. He will have the first contribution from the floor. But let's have the interpreters first.
Assalamu alaikum. Ngali konton kotenke. Murutanang video fula ye wole play jambe alon ko ngaji be ngalamoy mem fotaje. Men di amta ko ay kodi dole jo for ay kaspa wala something like that, but man na fen ko nyin soto biri aw mantoro soto ay GSM contact tani nasiata bari men na talabang anada kata pura wol nata ala ko nyin kada ha men kata wolom pita uncle pita min ka wolom ko ay jamilatu nyin ka etol pura e kamun dadar lek nyi ko kono ha jamilatu ay tanda la ko first wolom nie problem soto ye call ika fole ye la GSM operator ye wo call nie wol call den ise nyini ka ini jamale diamta wo kola ise akota ni domani fo jandi ibe futala inyanta ka fuda dame bari mol kana amuta ko bi ye la complaino DJ sign teng ila problème e solve hani wontende tamare nyande bala ika ko tamani ni silola fo e futa inyanta dame futala wolom koti ay min jabi ila ko kon sa nyini karo bina nyato momo e nyini karo soto ise nyini karo ke ye jabi wonandi kay senak woynom si video si gabara sapur lon tatenyen kueti GSM enome kaspa woto credit ke nu jow baj problem wan ware no kan nane follow wan ware no kan jandu uringu pura fo jawbe GSM operator tanu nomu credit ke mante wi seni problem yano bajum nen ko ngoldo ko bank problème cia fo jawbe pura poret ku tarieri mom na fu reportum jaar nu baj responsable hani babaj man ko ne kuriben mante ku baj toñay mbi ko ngolen kurampeni wonaw solam di karay ci la wassalam.
waaw mbokay comme rek betay ñu ci waxtaan bi PURA dañ fi wax Eyeafrica TV ñu indi ñaari njàmbat yoo xam ne dañ ko def ci caméra pour jàmbat luy jëm ci benn bi dafa dem ci Shell beneen bi NAWEC ki njëkk a jàmbat nag moom lim jàmbat mooy daf daan jënd li ñuy wax cash power ci mobile am comme li ñuy wax Q power mu ne saa yu dugalee 95 mooy juróom-ñeent fukki dalasi ak juróom du ci jota dara mu def ko ay yoon mu gis ne daal yëfi métti na mu dem wax ak QCell ne ko ñun loolu liñ ci mun lu néew la mooy rek demal jokkoog NAWEC tamit ba mu fa demee dama ko ñëw bi métti lool mënul see jot ba mu jot xibaar ne mun naa dem ci ku ñu mel ni PURA pour ñu lijjanti ko li PURA rek moo ci mun dara PURA nag bi mu fi ñëwee mu ne jox nañ ko fi ñaari nit kenn ki waxtaan naag moom kooku ne ko teeyal dinañ seet waaw su ko defee nag dinañ seet boobu du faslante seen loxo rek toog parce que nit ki soo ko tuumaalee loolu benn mbir la waaye pour mu fëgg a tuuma tamit kenn ki nga jàmbatal moom tam daf ko war a may mu déglu moom itamit beneen boor ci kaw loolu PURA ñoom itam ñu doxal seen liggéey ni ñu ko war a doxalee ba gis ne daal kii war nañ koo delloo parce que gëstu nañ duñ tob rek ne ngóor def na jegaan dañu war a njatta jegaan mu li fi waaye dinañ may jegaan nag pour mu déglu ñu déglu ko mu wax moom tam fu mu wéeru su fekkee ne fu mu wéeru fu dëgër la ñu dellu si yow ne la si sa problème su fekkee ne nag ki nga xam ne nii moom lañ report moom moo war a fay te narta fay mun nañ koo njatta ba balaa muy fay te yaakaar naa ne loolu bii amut ci waaw ba tax na moom mu ne kontaan na parce que PURA moo tax ñu delloo ko ay alalam wala ñu delloo ko crédit am wala ñu delloo ko li nga xam ne mooy cash power ba tax na ku xamut PURA ku nekk moom xam na ko defee ndomba bi nga xam ne nii mooy ndomba bu am solo boo xam ne nii saa yoo ko dóoree di nga am PURA te doo ci fay dara li ci gën a neex mooy doo ci fay dara mooy téeméer ak ñeent fukk ak juróom-ñett benn ñenent juróom-ñett soo leen ooyee di nga leen am nga waxtaan ak ñoom ñu seet liñ la mën a defal keneen ki moom mu ne ci fi cash power la woon dafa ñëw ñu indil ko bil bu seer mu jàmbat dem dugg génn def lu ne mënut see jot mu ñëwaat comme ni kele def rek yàlla def moom itamit mu jot si parce que ñu bari dañoo wax ne dëkk bi amul luwaa lu neex waaye def déedéet xanaa soo xamul yoon waaye soo xamee yoon xam ne luwaa mu ngi fi soo jaaree fi nga war a jaar wala nga laajte ñu digtal la di nga dem ndax nit ki ngeen baalal ma lu mu rëy xam-xam mënoo gëmma yóbbu sa boppa foo xam ne ni omatuñ la sooy gis ak sa ñeenti bot tamit am na loo xam ne foog keneen wax la ko moo xam sa doom la nag moo xam ku la mag la moo xam sa morom la waaye soo jaaree fi nga war a jaar di nga xam li nga war a xam ba lor du ci bari ci gàttal daal lii mooy li nga xam ne loolu moo fi am musidɓe am fulɓe Peter sorry for this time musidɓe am fulɓe hannde eɗen ɗo he PURA dulare ɗe annduɗaa ko laamu darni nde dulare pour yonde rew hakkude yimɓe ɓe e ɓe ɓe ngannduɗaa ko compagnie ji jeeyoji kala ko yimɓe ɓe sohlata ko wayno crédit e ko wayno fahan ndiyam e ko wayno électricité jooni e nder ɗum ɗon e waɗi e nder yimɓe lamdiɗo o wi kanko nde o soodi cash power fof e Q power o heɓata haydara so waɗi 95 o heɓtata o yehi QCell wimo min wawa hen haydara aya NAWEC o yehi NAWEC kadi wimo ɗum ɗon min wawa hen ko heewi yaha ngara o heewi o yehi PURA o haalani ɓe ko PURA wallimo ha o heɓti ko falako e dow ɗum ɗon kala mbo ɗum ɗon heeɓi ar PURA haɗa ɓe wawi noddude e 149 go'o 9 sa noddiɓe a heɓat ɓe crédit ma yahata si waɗi ndewa lawol heɓa ko foɗɗa ko heɓde ko woni ko hakke ma ko wona ko hakke ma noon ɓe darata ko hen saabu kamɓe kadi ɓe yawnorta ko a haalantaɓe tun ɓe immo sa haalaniɓe ɓe rewa kaɓe foti ɗon rewde ha ɓe hewtanma ɗum ɗon ɓe faala anda ɗimmo on ɗon ko affaire électricité kanko ko courant makko o wi ɓe addanimo bill on no ɗuuɗi ɓe o wawatamo yobde o yeeya guluji temedɗiɗi wulure joni o wawata ɗum yoɓude ɓe addi ɗon haala dal ko heewi kanko o yehi toon ha o ronki o yehi PURA ko PURA wallimo e ɗum ɗon ha o hetti ko gonga makko on o hetti ko faala on jara
Okay, we're going to test technology now. Where's the speaker? The speaker? That's the speaker? Yeah. That's the speaker. Okay, we have a complainant. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon.
Yes.
Yes. Sosel. You want to take that?
Hello.
Hello.
Aha, Ibenyari.
Abi.
Yo mbe moy kay la ñini karo ke la ñini karo fa la mu ne la.
Yo ke la sa ñini karo la man pour asije senan ni ngalo.
Okay.
Okay, men keda na mi tala ko. Mita.
Mita ha.
Okay, so last time I signed now me complain la nave.
Hello.
So hello ko me complain la.
Hello. Ebe commandro la mundo.
San den be sere fundara te.
Ito dum
Omar Jobate.
Yeah. Okay. Ela nomba.
Na mita la ko.
Ela nomba.
Mita.
La telephone number. Ela telephone number di molla bang.
Oh, 399 4889.
Ah. Okay, ça la complain di.
Okay, bon na mi tani na problème.
Okay.
Parce que last time na complain passé na le.
Diam ha.
Okay, so na ida mi la ko na mi da dalma na mi da la check ba na problème ba la parce que ni tani aka kuma nya menna. Kuma nya amang correct.
Okay.
Ko nyaw ci aka mo kuma nya ibar ki ni ka na ko mi tani aka kuma ka aka kuma nyale.
Aka kuma nyama.
Aka kuma nyale.
So han sa ba nyamba fo fa cha falintale.
No, ya na da ya ci be bare wata to ni ko ka swa sanna ni ka swa sanna ni ko ba dindila aka son dunna har sai muka kuran so
sai muka kuran so to
sai ape muka kuran so ina da ce fa na ko ne ko kulturo le benna ko mi ta ni ende don don ko sai mi ta en don to nyaadi le parce que nte malo ko keto no nyaadi le parce que mi ta e mo don do keto nyaadi le parce que ni mon ke fende mi alon ko ika bilo le na ni a tijele ay mala ni ma tije ay to digo kon so na muna kin ko ke to nyaadi le so manje ko ne ko mi tani na system wal mere ko no wato ni ta problème bala wato
ko hello birin ko kita ya fula ni na ma bang
na
ha
mi tani na ko ni
ye ko ni ya complain na bang
problème bala ala tek
ya complain na ko ya
yes na complain passé yes na complain le kende ke last time fa ani mane Allah musulmi ni bura
sorry basi branjama nawek
basi nawek yes
basi nawek okay
basi nawek
so wala mene foye
so na mi tani amang ko rek an say so ye disono men dina wala ko
so wala sa antani ela an say man ko ngo sodo
yo say nda pro so le na raji be bari nda pro so nya men na
ha
so aba nda fa man da sabado so ko na musul le so ko la
okay
so ko fa do ko la di ko la parce que ko ni ko mi da fa alamu ta do
ni mi ta alamta
ni mi da alamta do na mi da fa
okay
na mi da fa ni en ko li ko ni ka fa do adale
okay
wana ka fa sa na ki ko ina mi ta mala ina ka fa de ko to control la parce que wala so ko mi da ko wol man kara so ni wol no nyaadile ni da alam kan ka fa do adal amon do ya on kay wot ko lo nol
okay
ni da an mi da fali ni da mon betia
so lafta mi tay fali mi ta ito ko mi ta man betia
ya mi ta man betia parce que problème be mi ta man betia wal mi da ko mi da mo na mo do tala ko
so wolum ta da te ko la mi ta man betia
amon betia yes
okay all right okay thank you Nawek, can we have a microphone for the service providers? Where's the answer going to come from? Okay. I need a roving mic. Who are the PA providers? Oh, goodness me. Honorable Jiba, stand by. Yeah? Please, can you stand up for the cameras? Maybe they would prefer you to come in front. Your name, your designation.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Hassan Ba. I'm the Senior Customer Service Manager at NAWEC. I think I would rather respond in Mandinka because the question was in Mandinka.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, I meant for nga moile. Sometimes, since a complaint na jana basale, bula me yalon ko nga mol soro jele komi banyul jang manager bi jele senior manager bi jele. So ala complaints should have been this thing sorted there. But I meant for committing aka kumale. Worker killer sometimes because near meters sort of we have about a lot of brands sort of meters. Dolby me along ning credit data below 5 units. That's about $50 aka noise killer. And near meter fixed la ka for customer ko try to load item 5 units la ni mala fi wo kuma kan wala because this is just porque makoi isa long ko electric abijikane so that it cannot into darkness, not at below 5, you body yeta and you recharge. Ngamira could probably work it. Another one thing, nim fall bije, near report base, technician bijele, 3 of them, near lonko wolumilo do koti base kundoto. So ning itata jube, ajoko there's a fault with the meter, adwinyanta change lale, normally it can meet a request. In fact, it could also in stock. Na bina jila yenda do request from head office, metal somebody na replace. So I'm just happy that ako sanya abukurongo sorakane. But for all problem mo solve la bang ako kungo okuma kungo memfo. Lefra advice la mela wolum nyindo a jube na more than $50 je. Adun still abekekane then problem do bijele isaje insije insajube ko. Since ngala number sorole ma contact la le nga understand munum problem na tara is something else that we need to do more isaje insifere kan nga solve. But ka summarize that either or there is actually a problem with the meter. And the problem will be it's a more problem solve. That's the answer.
Okay, just before you leave, PURA, is it right that there should be a minimum amount in the meter to keep the meter working? I remember when we had only one GSM provider in the Gambia at the time, you could buy a certain amount of credit, or you can only use a certain amount. When it got to a certain level, it was locked. You bought 100, you could only use 90. You always had 10 blocked into the system because, I mean, again, as competition started coming, with the same company, you now buy 100 and use all 100. Before competition came, you bought 100, but you could only use 90. Is it right? Who? Can we have a microphone taken to the podium, please? You asked me to buy $50 worth of credit, but I can only use 40, for instance, because I mean the explanation is when it comes down to a certain amount, then the meter, locks up itself and starts signaling. Oh, okay. Explain. Is it Manjang who's explaining?
Yeah, I think
identify first.
Identify
yourself, and then.
My name is Matar Manjang, senior manager from customer service as well. What he is trying to say that the meter, when it gets below 5 units, it gives you an alert to say that your credit is running low.
Okay.
Yeah, just to avoid unexpected blackouts. That's all. But you can use it to zero.
To zero.
It goes to zero, yeah.
Will it keep alarming when it gets to zero?
No, there will be no power. It's just to give you an alert, that's it.
All right, thank you very much. Honorable Almame Jiba, please. Can I have that microphone for him? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will first and foremost thank the various GSM operators and also the managing director of...
Please, can we respect whoever has the floor? I will not tolerate, side talk, interfering with the thing. If you know you are here and you are not interested in proceedings, please excuse yourself, but allow those who are interested to benefit most from the proceedings, and that includes the PURA staff.
Thank you. And I also thank my colleague, Honorable Umar. We are the two representing the Select Committee of ICT. I will also do apologize sincerely. The reason why I'm late, I lost my brother, the former Speaker of the National Assembly. I'm just from his home. but we also put together that it will be a state funeral on Monday. So the importance of this, I've also said, let me just come and also be part of it. Actually, I want to put this to the GSM operators. And I want to, whoever, maybe in group answering, or they can choose who to. In 2016, I am wearing two caps here, a representative and a consumer in Fonyi Kansala. Down from Bullock to Kalagi, before 2016, the change, network was fantastic. Both Comium, Africell, QCell, and Gamtel, to be specific. But immediately after the change, 2016, 17, 18, we start getting trials. Currently, I could say maybe the GSM, which is much better, is QCell. But looking at the area within the Fonyi Kansala, the economic Senegalese base in Fonyi, when you reach Kanfendar, Sangajor, the satellite of Kanilai down to Buyam, you will realize that the satellite in Kanilai, it sees the network. It takes ownership of network. These are the trials that we've got. I think it's also a best platform for us to involve PURA to see whether
something with the system.
Hello. Yes. What I'm just saying is, before this, taking ownership of the network, this has affected the dwellers of the Fonyis.
When you say they take ownership of the network, nothing works once you are in
No, it works, but sometimes it fluctuates. Okay. You see a jam as network within the corridor area. Okay.
And this from is the strongest there. This even affects QCell as well.
Yeah, it affects QCell because yesterday I was also from Fonyi. When I reach at the Kanfenda Kanila end, you have zero in terms of network.
Okay.
So I want to qualify this from the GSM operators.
Okay.
Why that shift from 27 to date? Before it was okay. Why is it now? And what can they do to support? But currently, we have a QCell antenna that is not finished in Sangajor.
Okay.
So we will also solicit for their support.
Thank you very much. Since QCell seems to be working there, we will come to QCell last, Mohammed. So let's go to the others. Let's start with Gamtel. I'll put it in a different way. When Yahya Jammeh was around, everything was working okay. After Yahya Jammeh, went out of office, things went south, all right? And it's only basically QCell. So let's have Gamtel, then Africell, then Comium, and then we'll close with QCell.
Thank you, Almame, for that, question.
Honorable,
Almame Jiba, for that question. Anyway,
introduce yourself first.
My name is Aliu Damfa. I'm the marketing manager.
Can you just come here for the cameras, please? Thank you, Aliu. Reintroduce yourself.
My name is Aliu Damfa, manager marketing communication, Gamtel. I thank the honorable member of Foji, Almame Jiba, for that question. So it's noted. We'll work with our technical team to see how best we can improve.
First of all, do you accept that the problem is right? That before Yahya Jammeh left office, Gamtel was working in Fonyi Kansala?
We had an antenna at Kanelai then. It was working fine.
So you don't have it there now?
Of course, sometimes there are some technical...
Do you have it there or you don't have it there?
We have it there. We have one at Kanelai and Buyam as well.
So why is it not working? It's still there?
Yes.
Okay. So it could only be a technical problem?
Yes.
Which you don't seem interested in anymore?
No, of course, it's noted. Okay. We'll sort it out.
You'll sort it out?
Yes.
It's a promise?
I will take Almame's number.
When are you going to sort this? Give us a time frame, if possible.
No, Anyway, within a week or two,
within a week
yeah,
or two. So within 15 days, this should be sorted.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Can you have AfriCell next? Musa is here.
Thank you, Peter. Honorable Jammeh, thank you for those
introduce yourself.
observations. Thank you. Musa Asise is my name. I'm the Chief Government Relations Officer and PR. AfriCell just returned on a tour of the province, the countrywide or the provinces by assessing the network coverage all over the country from Koina to Banjul. And yes, Foni, in the whole of Foni, there's a little bit of problem in terms of consumers, and I just want to refer to what Mr. Jammeh mentioned earlier on. We are running a business, and in business, you have to look at where you have a good return in your investments. Not to be brutally honest about it. Yes, there is an issue. Even driving through Foni, we realize some drops in networks and where there's black holes and so on and so forth. But moving on now against the fourth quarter of 2025, Honorable Almame would come back and say there's a difference. That's what I can give you for now. Thank you very much.
So for AfriCell, it's going to take at least 4 months
a
before
quarter,
this problem.
A quarter, most definitely.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Can we have Comium, now operated by Monty Mobile?
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Thank you very much.
Introduce yourself first.
Honorable, my name is Sajo Khan, the Commercial Director of Chromium Gambia, managed by Monty Mobile. Thank you very much for that wonderful comment in the first place before the question comes in. I just probably want to get in more info regarding the interference bits you've talked about, because this is something that we have to look at thoroughly to understand, because there has no changes from the period you have mentioned to date that would have led to any downgrade of network. But when it's come to the coverage in the province, knowing the history of the company, the time it regenerated last year, there is a momentum in terms of coverage, in terms of capacity, in terms of service delivery. But I can equally assure you, comes towards the end of the first quarter of 2025, there will be a significant difference along not only the Fonyi Strip, but the whole provinces, inshallah. So this is something we have been working on. We know exactly where the gaps are. It is not something that we will be able to resolve 100% in one go, but in phases. But there will be significant improvement come the first quarter towards the second quarter of 2025. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And last but not least, because it was the only telco that the guys in the Fonies are happy with, QCell, and it's the big man himself.
Thank you, Honorable. I'm happy to know that we are the best network in that area.
Introduce yourself again.
Mohamed Jah, I'm the CEO of QCell. I just want to say that PURA every year used to do this coverage map for Gambia, where every operator's coverage is. And we used to utilize that map to cover the gaps, especially in areas where none of the operators are existing. So you'll see that QCell is very, very strong in the up-country because a lot of the areas had a lot of gaps. We realized some problems in Foni, and as you can see, we are already building some towers around Foni to cover that. I don't think that there is any reduction in the service we're giving. What is happening is just congestion. You had one antenna covering, let's say, 15 villages. Now the villages have expanded. You have also a lot of security personnel, economic and so on, who have resettled in the area, who use, telephone or telecommunication frequently. So for that reason, we decided to increase our network around the area. So you will see a big difference in the next, actually 3 weeks. Thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic.
In Sangajo, it's ready. I think within the next 2 weeks, you will have it on. Yeah,
Thank you, Mohammed. Next question. No, sorry, Lamin Sise here, and we'll need sign language interpreter.
Thank you so much. My name is Lamin M. Sise. I am the Development Officer of the Gambia Association for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. And also, I am a member of the National Disability Advisory Council. Yeah, like I said, I'm a member of the Disability Advisory Council. I was the former vice chairperson of the Gambia Federation for the Disabled, the federation which is responsible to advocate for the rights of persons with disabilities in the Gambia. So my question is, the first issue which I want to ask question with regards to is about NAWEC, which myself, I was a victim because last month I moved to my new compound where I decided to transfer the meter I was using at our family compound. So I was asked to pay an amount to transfer the meter to my new compound. So I asked my wife to do the communication. My wife is also a hard of hearing, so there was this communication barrier between the NAWEC staff and also my wife. So what they told my wife is I must pay an amount for them to transfer this meter from our family compound to my new compound. But I already installed all the necessary things needed, that is the wiring and all the electronic things I need to fix. But still now they asked me to pay an amount. But I was worried because there was no light in my compound. I was living there with my wife and a child. So we were living there without current. So, but they asked me to pay $1,200. So I paid that $1,200, but my worry is it normal for me to pay that $1,200? Because I already fixed all the electronic materials or the wiring I need to do in that compound. But still now they ask me to pay that $1,200. So I want to ask the representative from NAWEC whether that is normal or abnormal. Yeah.
Thank you, Lamin. Manjang, or is it over here?
Yeah.
Where?
My second question.
Oh, there's a second question.
Yeah, there's a second question. Okay, my second question is about bonus. We understand that GSM operators do give bonuses to people who buy credit. In other GSM operators, you can use the bonus to call. You can even use the bonus to browse the internet. So we want other GSM operators to help us in using this bonus to get access to the internet, like to browse, to use social media platforms like WhatsApp, TikTok, and the other social media platforms, so that we can get the benefit of having that bonus.
Which GSM companies is he talking about?
For QCell, you can use the bonus to browse the internet, which I've been benefiting from. And also, Komyong, I also understand that you can also use the bonus to browse the internet. So, which is very favorable for people like us. Yeah. But the other thing I am also worried is that when you call someone...
Now before he goes on, so he has a problem with Africell and Gamtel. We are here to solve problems and improve service delivery. So we can be very specific.
Yes, yes. I have a problem with Africell, Gamtel. Yeah, Africell and Gamtel, yes. Yeah. And sometimes, even before you use that bonus, that bonus will disappear without you using that bonus. So I don't see the benefit of giving the bonus to we, the deaf people. I remember 2 years back or 3 years back, I attended a program, the Consumer Parliament at Westfield. We were given a promise that we, the deaf and hard of hearing people, we will be given an opportunity or a service that will help us to enjoy free bonuses to get access to social media platforms.
Who gave that promise? Who gave that promise?
Free SMS service. Free SMS service.
Who gave that promise?
QCell. That promise was given to us by QCell. Yeah, that is QCell. When you want to send text messages to a QCell line, then you will be given free SMS text. Yeah, so that was a promise which was given to us. We started doing that, but it later stopped. So we were enjoying that service for a while, but it later stopped. So we don't understand why that service stopped. So Comium also gave a similar promise that they will give us free SMS service so that we can send text messages to people who have Comium lines. Gamtel also gave the same promise. So that is something which they did not honor. I believe they are just pretending. Yeah.
So thank you very much. This other question goes to PURA. They're calling this number 148. So when people have complaints, we can use this number to call. So example, me and my wife are both deaf. How is this number accessible? Can we send SMS text to this number, or are they working on developing an app where deaf people can also use as a mechanism to lodge our complaints to PURA as the grateful? So this is something that we also want remedy on. Yeah, we want it to be, generally we want it to be accessible to the deaf and hard of hearing people, because we depend on SMS text only and video calling most of the time. So it's a human right, and I think we definitely appreciated them because they've been inviting interpreters in all their programs. This we definitely want to thank. Recommendation.
Lamin, we did not come here for you. Huh? No, na togagum. Togalagum gamenyu. Lamin, how do you say talk? Give me. Sure. All right. Gamtel, Africell, the hard of hearing are complaining that they can't use come back to the happening with the other two. Please, this is not the most important aspect of the Parliament. The communication is what there's no point being.
Thank you. Okay. Just in response, Lamin, for a start, we don't do bonus on data. The bonus that Africell gave you has a time span of 2 weeks, and you can use it to call only, but not on data. You can't browse on it. And I remember a couple of years ago at the monument, the communication that you were talking about in terms of for people like you, it was an appeal. But more importantly here for people in the ICT sector, here is an opportunity in terms of developing an app for people like Lamin and others to make money. As GSM companies, we don't. So probably if that is possible, if anyone in the world is hearing it, here's an opportunity to make money. Thank you very much.
This app will do what? It will now convert
probably
non-convertible bonus, Africell bonus into data for them, because that's what they want.
No. To help people like them in terms of texting, to talk to institutions like NAWEC or amongst themselves to see how that goes.
No, but they're saying it is possible with the bonus they get from 2 rival GSM companies, Chromium and QCell, to convert their bonus into data, to browse with.
That's applicable to those operators, but as far as we're concerned, we don't have bonus that's usable to browse.
Okay, I'll get to PURA later on. Let's hear from Gamtel, the other GSM provider that is not allowing people like Lamin to convert their bonus credit to data to browse with, when we all know now that data is the new gold.
Thank you, Lamin, for that wonderful question. For our data, Gamtel, data, if you want to use it, you have to convert your main credit. But your bonus is strictly voice. You cannot use it on data. I think that answers.
And there are no plans to make it convertible
Not
to
for
data?
now.
Not for now.
If at all we roll out such, we'll inform you through the media. Thank you.
Is this something that PURA can intervene in for the sake of the deaf and hard of hearing? You want me to throw it to any of your bosses up there, Solo or somebody? We can give the mic to Mr. Sima, please. Mr. Sima, is there any way PURA can intervene in this? Where's the second mic? It's over where? Okay.
There's one here. Thank you. Thank you, Peter.
Introduce yourself.
My name is Solo Sima. I'm the Deputy Director General. And I think what the gentleman said was true. To my recollection, this promise was made that efforts will be made to turn voice into data for them, for the differently able people. I think the idea was they were supposed to go and register with the said operators, and then they will be recognized, because that's the only way they will know who benefits and who doesn't. I'm not sure if this happened, but if it didn't, it's something that they should explore.
Let's ask Lamin.
Yes.
Lamin, did you go to the service providers to identify yourselves, maybe even be given a different code?
Yes, we remember going to AfriCell. We went to AfriCell, and we were giving. I gave them the list of deaf people, but after it stopped. Yeah, QCell started for some time and they stopped. But for AfriCell, they asked us to send our names, and we did, but that did not. We did not see anything from there. No. For Chromium also, we did not. We did not also. Yeah. It is true, it was an appeal on that day. So this was what we requested from them. But at QCell did, but they stopped at some point.
Okay, we'll move on now to NAWEC, the NAWEC issue. Huh? You want... I know about the starting and stopping. We can come to that because that was the last issue. Let's take NAWEC, about this $1,200. The mic is somewhere there. Can we have the microphone from... Yeah, thank you. Is it normal for somebody, after they've paid, for a meter and they've been allocated a meter, for the people who now go to fix this meter to ask for $1,200, as happened in his case?
Yeah. The answer to Lyman is that it's true that when you want to transfer a service, a meter from one property to another, you're supposed to pay. There's a fee attached. And the amount he said, 1,200, actually is not. It's 2,500 for a single phase meter. And if you are transferring a three-phase meter, a $5,000. The reason why we are doing that is because there is cost involved. There are resources to do that. First, somebody will have to be sent to the property where you want the meter, and we need to do some feasibility study. There will be vehicle, manpower, and everything used to do that. So because of that cost, we have to charge for that service. So he wasn't cheated. But when he said 1,200...
Exactly, I was going to ask.
Exactly, yeah.
Lamin, can you clarify this 1,200 and where you were asked to pay it? Yeah, take that.
Okay. The cash power is already in the compound. So the connection is supposed to come from outside pole. Now I was asked to change the lineup. So that lineup changing is where I was charged 1,500 and they reduced it to 2,002. So should I pay that or not? That's what I'm asking.
I just want to ask him, did he pay it to NAWEC or to an individual, the field workers?
Individual.
That wasn't right. You are not?
I paid to an individual and I have the car number, I have everything with me, so I paid it to an individual.
Okay, that's fine then. Since you have the details of the people that did that, you have the car registration, I believe you have a name, maybe. You may also have a telephone number. That will be very helpful for us to initiate an investigation. Because the money you paid wasn't paid to NAWEC. This was paid to a field worker who decided probably to put it in his pocket. So this is something that we need to investigate. So thank you.
Okay, so we will now come to his last point that, yes, I was at the Consumer Parliament at the monument where a promise was made by no less a person than the head of the Q group that they will enable bonus to be converted to data for the deaf and hard of hearing. And I think between Anam and Ami, you want to answer this? Can you just come to the front here? Anam, yangi melni nekulofi. Temalagis. Please introduce yourself.
I am Ami Sise, head of marketing QCell. And I think the issue raised about data is not really an issue for QCell because our bonus allows you to make voice calls, data, and SMS. The second issue that Lamin raised was providing free services to them. And as far as I am aware, that service is still in place. I was actually telling Anam that I've not received an email from them for the longest time because usually when they have new members, they send an email in order for us to update the list. So the free SMS service is still in place, but we've not heard from them over the years. And I remember this was done, I think, almost 8 years ago because the Westfield Consumer Parliament was a while ago. Yes. So if they have an updated list, they can send it to QCell. The service is still in place, but they've not been in contact with us.
Okay. So Lamin, the ball has been played back to your court. All right, it's up to you. You have new members. Get them listed so that you continue enjoying this thing. And if you just assume that it has stopped, it has not stopped. All right, can we get, do we have, somebody was on the phone, unfortunately, when we were thrashing this thing out. Passing the mic where?
Hello?
Yes, hello. Let's have that caller, please.
Hello?
Where's the phone? If you don't bring it to me, I won't engage the person. Okay. Well, ensure that they can hear us. Yes, hello. Good afternoon, lady.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Fine, thank you. And you?
Very well, thank you. Please introduce yourself before you are given the floor.
I had a complaint against NAWEC.
Can you introduce yourself first?
I said I had a complaint against NAWEC.
Can you introduce yourself first?
Yes, I have introduced myself many times. I said I am Kala.
You have not been heard here, and until we know the person we are speaking to, we can't continue. Please reintroduce yourself.
Hello?
No, I think there's a problem with the communication. Eyeafrica, please work on the connection so that we don't have this difficulty.
I have introduced myself. I said I am Alaji Ba.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Ba. Mr. Ba, go ahead.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, we are hearing you.
Okay, I called the 148 line about a week ago.
Yes.
And I complained about NAWEC.
Yes.
The lady I got took note of what I was saying. I said I have been following NAWEC for water since 1986.
Okay.
1986 to date, I have been following NAWEC. I have applied 6 times.
And where do you live?
I live in Bundung, last Bundung, just by the Bundung police station.
Okay, Bundung.
That day I told the lady.
Okay. And still
I'm telling even the managing director of NAWEC or the water division manager to come up to this street and see.
Okay.
They hearing me?
And have they come? Have NAWEC come to see?
Yes, what I'm saying is, you see the last Johnson before you reach the Bundung police station, that's the one that goes to the Mauritanians.
Okay.
There is no street light. Street. There is no water.
Okay.
You understand what I mean?
Yes, we do understand.
Yes.
Okay.
In all the compounds, they have no water. We have no. The other street after our street, that's why we used to go and get water.
Okay.
But even street, these pipes, we don't have anything.
Okay. Since 1986, you've been applying.
1986.
Wow.
And I have applied 6 times. Each time when I go to, they say, well, we can't go into the records. So you have to reapply again, and I have to apply.
Okay. All right.
So the 5th time that I applied, that was the year before Yahya Jammeh left here. So they came to survey. They didn't tell me anything.
Okay. All right.
So last year before last, I applied again. In fact, I had an accident. I was sick. But somebody who is representing me, he is right now there at your place, at the meeting.
Okay.
He used to work at NAWEC, but then he retired. He was the one who came to collect the money to go and make the payments.
Okay.
So after the payments, 2 years after the payments, up to the 3rd year, nothing from NAWEC. So I had to manage to go and speak to the PRO, Petroleum by himself. He welcomed me in his office. I explained to him everything, and he called one man working Lamin Sane. He was the one who came to survey this place here. So he asked Lamin to come the following day to come and see again, and then report to him. And then he promised to call me in 2 days' time. But it's almost about 6 months now. Silva hasn't called me a single one. I still don't know, what I should do.
Okay.
They haven't told me anything.
All right.
So I tell when I had this thing, I tell let me call that number and tell you people if you can intervene. Because when I was applying 1986, I told the guy that then I was 46 years. I was 36 years old. From the time I started applying until now, without getting water, it's almost 38 years. So that means I am 74 years now, going to 75 without water. The most basic necessity of life.
Yeah. Okay. No? Thank you, Mr. Ba. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I am told that we have a video with a similar complaint. And I have a written complaint here, which I'll read out. It's from Mr. Ibrahim Khan of Daru Busumbala, burst pipe for 1 month. And I don't know whether they've been complaining to NAWEC or not, but Mr. Khan's representative is here. Sedi Sidibe, where are you? Sedi Sidibe? Okay, Sedi Sidibe is there to bring clarity. I understand we have a video that we can play with a similar complaint from Bundung. So Bundung seems to be a problem area for NAWEC. Is the video ready to be played?
Asalaamaaleykum, maa ngi tudd Fatou Badji dëkk Bundung Jammeh Foundation. Ñu dee fii mooy suy jafe-jafe mooy ndox moom duñ ko dee am. Boo eewutee foo doo am ndox foo tiri fan yii yëpp gis nga pompe baa ngi nii wow koŋ te weer bu nekk ñu ngi lay indil bil di la ko jox boo leen laajee ñu ne la jelaw bi dee jéena si pompe bi moo dee marqué bil léegi ñun sax fu mu nekk nii kenn xamatul courant bi tamit on and off bi mu ngi bari si courant bi ndoxi naan tey sa problème la pour ñu am ndoxi naan fii fu mu nekk nii boo xool yi ñoo ñu wër te boo xool yooyu tamit soo xoolee ba boo xool yëpp xorom la doo ko dee mën a naan xanaa mun nga see toog a raxas bool yii nii waaye du pour naan
Ndomu Hawalde.
nkonta mu koralti on be bundun janji ko problem wolti de bundun jan kay ndol ke la suto talan saba talan nani ko kola lon ke jesot kanu be korda min fan ko be luwasel la or pompo tije yimbe de kam pompo be jikri wol ni o manna ndol te jesotol so me man sakunda dani la en tol faram ma koy fon si kara jiyo ni soto tilbulo bunduna ji ko problem wolti bundun diata nyasiye be nyam par mo mala problem wol jiyo ndox mo nek problème fi
yene sax ñun suñ joggé pour julli fajar sax pour am ndox daf day jafé yene da ngay génné sa kër dem long distance pour uti ndox
bundung da mo bu amé tour santa moy ñak ndox
di nga gis suñ yaay yi suñ jabar yi dañoo jog yene sax duñ nelaw dinañ dem fofu nonu taxaw be so na ñëwaat day ñun yene ñun seen jëkër yi sax wala ñun seen doom yi sax dañuy tiit ndax lan moo leen dal si biti sa jabar su génnee wala sa yaay su génnee pour uti ndox sa xel du dal ndox duy am
buñ indee bil boo leen laajee ñu ne leen njelaw bi dee jéena si pompe bi ñun kay ndox lañ amal ak nawet du njelaw
nga ñëw si GSM operator si network bi yéenay duy baax especially wifi bi moom boobu moom mënuloo koo wax xaaral ma jël QCell number 1 because of QCell moom man ñeneenti line yi yëpp laa am waaye nga gis ne QCell su ma dee desee naa crédit xëy na ay $12 start su ma jëndee crédit again day instead of bonus bi dem léegi dañuy stop bonus bi use crédit da yéene bonus bi sax daf day mujjee expire benn bés kooloon naa sa kenn sax pour laajte ko lamba tontu mënuma ko understand parce que daf ma ne xam ma bonus bi ñoom ñoo ko moom dañ ñu ko yow loo may nit ki kañ bàyyi ko mu use ko waaye nga jox ko limited time boobu noonu moom mu ngi amaat beneen crédit foofu pour mu bañ mu empty nga jëlaat ko muy QCell Africell ñoom ñëpp yéenay seen crédit kii nu mu dee dem ba pare yéenay sax dañ lay dugalal funding boo xam ne yow accepté loo ko da ngay jékki-jékki nga ko ñu ne la waaye yow yaa ngi dugal funding te dugal loo ko loolu yëpp problème la nañ ñu dimbale lépp lu ñuy defal nit ki nañ ko laajte su ko nangoo mu def ko su ko nanguwul ñu bàyyi ko lépp loo xam ne may nañ ko nit ki nañ ko bàyyi mais moom may la rek waaye nga may di nangu loolu moom beneen affaire la loolu moom daal ñu ngi leen koy ñaan nañ ñu dimbale si ndox bi network bi mu correct.
Thank you, Jerejef. Okay, this was supposed to be a NAWEC problem, but in the process, 2 GSM operators have been named, so we will deal with NAWEC first, and then we come to the 2 GSM providers who've been named. Second, akurang lañ leen xamee de léegi da ngeen a joxe ngelaw tam.
Good morning, good afternoon to everybody. Yeah, dealing with the...
Your name, please. Introduce yourself.
My name is Ibrahim Sekan. I am the senior manager at water distribution. Yes, regarding her question, yes, she may be right, because for water...
Is she right or she may be right?
I am not sure because it's not being investigated, so I assume she may be right. You have to be at a connectable distance. That is 75 meters from the main pipe. And if you are unfortunate that you are further than that, the only thing for you to get water is to extend the main pipe, which unfortunately everybody cannot do. But let me assure her that...
no, but wait. Let's assume she is further than 75 meters from the main pipe. She did not connect herself. She was connected by NAWEC. It's for NAWEC to know.
No. She said she had applied water since 1986.
Oh, no, you're talking about the man. That was Alaji.
The old woman. She's a woman.
No,
and now...
the first one is a man, Alaji Ba.
Mr. Ba. Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Ba,
that's 1986.
Yeah, since 1986.
Yeah.
If you are more than a connectable distance, now we cannot connect you, even if you apply for service. So the only way
please.
The only way for him to be connected is to extend the main by himself, which was the case. But let me assure him that the entire Bundung has been surveyed, and contracted. In fact, last week we received the approval from GPPA to lay main pipe in all the streets in Bundu. And this is a national competitive bidding, and we hope we will sign a contract with the most responsive bidder in the first quarter of 2025, so that every street in Bundu will have water. And for the other complainants about lack of water in Bundu, yes, it's true. Under normal operating conditions, some parts in Bundu, especially those in the high elevations, will have water around 3, 4 a.m. For the reason that our borehole that was done in Bundu in 1971 was seized by the women of Bundu, resulting to reduction in our production capacity. And yes, this has been a problem, and it led to the population in Bundu is increasing. But
when you say it was seized by the women, they seized it to do what with it?
To use it as a market. Borehole 9. We all know where Borehole 9 is in Bundu.
Yes.
It was producing 121,000 liters per hour.
Yes.
And they seized the complex and used it as a market. And currently...
But does water not come from below the ground?
No, because the way they are using the place, they have soccer wells all over, resulting to the contamination of the area.
Okay.
In fact, when they seize the place, we do not have access to the place. So this has resulted in a problem in Bundu. So after engaging the community, the National Assembly member, we were giving other places in Bundu to read the borehole. But unfortunately, because of the low level, the shallow nature of the water table in Bundu, and with the number of soccer wells that we have, the nitrate level currently in Bundu is high, more than the recommended WHO value for drinking water. So currently what we have done is we have dug a borehole in Sukuta. And as I speak today, the final connection from Sukuta to Bundu is being done. And I'm sure by Monday, Tuesday, the situation will change in Bundu.
Whoa, clap for Nawek. Clap for Nawek, clap for Nawek. All right. I guess that addresses, and now we come to an issue that concerns QCell. According to the complainant in the video, so I have credit. I have used it up to a certain low level. I do not want to run out of credit in the middle of a conversation. So I buy the credit, the new credit, it comes with bonus. But instead of starting with the bonus, with the next call, it will ensure that if it was $5 that remained from my previous purchase, that $5 is exhausted before it starts using up the bonus. They have a problem with this. They want the bonus because since the bonus is not theirs, they are told for that to start running before the one that they can keep until death do us part.
Yes, that can only happen if the person made an off-net call. Bonus is only for off-net calls, SMS, and data. And bonus is always consumed first before the real money. So I don't see that happening. The only circumstance that could happen if the person is calling cross-network. Okay. You cannot use your bonus for cross-network. You can only use it for on-net.
He's on video, he's not there to listen to it. And sorry, you Majesty on AMI and AfriCell to follow. Phone ring. People just wake up in the morning and they have a phone ring on their phone. It happened to me once. I won't name, with what operator.
I'm not sure that question was for QCell because we don't push phone ring onto customers. Okay. Customers have to subscribe for that service. Okay. So I'm not sure that was directed to QCell.
Well, he was not specific.
Yes, but we don't push phone ring.
He just mentioned QCell and AfriCell, and yes. I just thought that since you two were mentioned.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right. Musa. Phone ring.
Thank you for it. I don't think, I think the issue of phone ring is history. If we look up
by the time this gentleman made his complaint. That's long gone. We don't even comment on that right now because it doesn't happen. We don't push it. I think the issue of the bonus is all the same. And bonus is a gift. And we specifically gave you 2 weeks to use to do anything you want with it. But unfortunately, most of these complainants, when they make this, they are not aware of these things, that you cannot make a cross-network call on your bonus. And of course, if you try to, it wouldn't work. So if you recharge, so that's it. The credit has to be activated.
All right.
Thank you.
And I also want to come to PURA because Mr. Barr did complain that, you know, through all this toing and throwing with NAWEC, he was also calling PURA about this water problem.
Regarding Bundung? Yes. Yes. Musa is here. He can, of course.
Which Musa?
He's the water director.
Anna Musa? Ah, okay. Ah, Musa Njai. Njai en la dafa hif.
Thank you very much, Uncle Peter. I think we already get an account from NAWEC. And
Musa, can you just give us a minute? We have a caller. Hello, caller. Hello, Nangadef.
Hello?
Yes, hello, ñu ngi laa dégg. Tur bi naka la?
Hello?
Yeah, take this to them over there to see whether they can put it on it. Musa, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I think what the caller said is he called 148. The nature of the issues in Bundung, sometimes the approach that we take, it's just beyond resolving them through the 148, but through many projects as highlighted by Sekan. And Bundung specifically was a national concern where PURA, we met committees from the National Assembly, have discussed this with them. NAWEC was also approached to come up with a solution. And that solution is what Sekan has explained, because the issues were not just individuals, but a whole neighborhood. So I'm glad to hear that this progress has been reached by NAWEC, that the borehole they have dug, it's about to be connected, because we stopped them from using any borehole within Bundung itself due to the contamination of the groundwater. So we are in this with NAWEC together to resolve it. Thank you.
Okay. So when a complaint is made via 148, don't you then establish a dialogue with the complainant just to keep them informed of whatever you're doing or not doing on their behalf? I mean, here's a guy who's been waiting for 38 years. He's now concerned about being there when the service is provided. He told you he was 38 at the time, and now he's going 75. I sense some concern in that by the time the water service is there, he might not be there. We are all immortal.
Right. So I think he said that he launched the complaint 1 week before. So maybe I can just allow Auntie Jamila and his team to respond to that.
Yeah, this is the reason, because our team has been there on several times, because when we call NAWEC will say, like with Sekan, I have personal communications with him several times. The first time I addressed this complaint with NAWEC, he told me it is very political in Bundung. So this is something NAWEC is understudying to make sure we get this resolved, because I think the NAWEC people went all the way to State House to lodge this complaint. So I think this is what triggers for them to give priority and, you know, talking about this project coming up in January or in the first quarter of 2025. It's not like we have just lost on our laurels to just watch to see what is happening. But like I said, some of these projects are very capital intensive. it goes through a rigorous process to ensure that the funds are available. And if NAWEC said we don't have the funds, it depends on where they want to prioritize to make sure what the consumers are yearning for is being provided. But I'm glad to hear from him today that there is a project, there is a process that has been gone through the GPPA, and they've been getting approval to make sure that this has been taken care of. And we hope by the next Consumer Parliament, the complaint about having water issues in Bundung will be a thing of the past.
Well, according to SECAN, by Monday, it should be a problem of the past, not so? Huh? Okay, all right. Well, if you live in London Corner, you will understand this problem. We are just marginally better than the people in Bundung. We are also having to wake up at 4 a.m. to fetch water, because by 6 o'clock, it's gone until 4 a.m. the next day again. Can I invite Sadie Lee? No, Sadie Sidibe. Sadie Sidibe, yes. It's about Daru Busumbala burst pipe for 1 month. Use any language that is used here. Wolof, Mandinka, the microphone is behind you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Alaikum salam.
My name is Seydou Sidibe. I'm from Busumbala, Kumudampang, not Dar Busumbala.
I'm just reading what was written for me.
The person made a mistake.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So the mistake is not mine.
Yeah, that's true.
You're from which Busumbala?
Kumudampan. Busumbala, Kumudampan.
Kumudampan?
Yes.
Hey. How old is that? Must be a new settlement.
No.
It's been there?
Yeah, of course, for a long time.
Okay, very good.
It's a history, yeah.
Okay, so burst pipe for 1 month?
Up on a 1 month.
Okay. Yeah,
up on a 1 month. Try and joxe complain besona. Nawek ñew nañ fofu nonu. Nawek sen bopa ñew nañ fofu nonu. Ñu ne dañoo ñëwaat gisaatuñu kenn. You know, there's two parts. Fu mu nekk ni soo fa àggee ndox bu nekk di wees is unbelievable. So dafa garaaw. Ba pare dëkk bi Busumbala Kumu Dampan dafa nekk dëkk boo xamante ne history la. Because soo ne Kumu mooy yomba Dampa mooy mbaga yi. So dafa nekk bugguma dem dibli waaye mbooleem ku dëkk Busumbala.
Demal deeply ñun dañ bugg a xam.
No. Boobu soo leen buggee loolu so boobu history la. Understand nga nekkul ne dëkk boo xamante ne dafa nobba moo njëkk a Daaru Busumbala moo njëkk a mun na la wane dëkk yu bari ñoo ko surround but dafa nekk loo xamante ne dafa nobba because lu ñëw Daaru Busumbala moo dee génna wala boo xool.
Okay, very good.
Understand nga that's why dëkk bi nobba.
Okay.
waaye dëkk bu yàgga la.
So ndox mi naka la leen a gëte ne yéen. Ndox mi wal nii di tuuru naka la leen a gëte ne yéen.
Ndox bi mu ngi wal dëkk bi amul ndox.
Okay.
More than, listen to me, more than 400 compounds, 54 or 56, for more than 40 years, they don't have water, no electricity, and they are paying their tax.
Dëkk bi amut ndox waaye nawet ñu ngi am burst pipe foofu boo xam ne mu ngi ndox maa ngi tuuru fu nekk.
Thank you. Pipe bi dafa romba nawet mun naa wax ne nawet mu ñoom nawet bëgguñu ñu am ndox. Understand nga.
Okay.
Bëgguñu nit ñi am courant. So man noonu laa ko gisee. Because dëkk boo xamante ne it's too close to Latria, it's more than 400 meters. You get Latria. Could you imagine?
Te Latria am na ndox am na courant.
Everything. No water, no electricity, no nothing.
Okay.
All right. Definitely, we need that problem to be solved.
Okay.
We need water, we need electricity, and a good road, and a school.
No good road,
Yeah, I have to tell my problems.
Okay. Wow.
That's why I'm here. Yeah.
Okay.
Understand nga? So hospital. Boobu
maa ngi joytu road nga bëgg a teg hospital ci kawam yow tamit.
Peter.
baal ñu dimbale la ci ndox ak courant boobu lañ.
All right. Then nawet si araw.
boobu la consumer parliament.
Also I'm from Bundung. Since ma nekk xale. ñu ngi wax ne Bundung amul ndox. Loolu dama ko witness. Moom mu ngi joxe promise. Xamee naa la. jërëjëf.
naka network bi foofu.
Darbu Sumbala.
fi nga jógee Butampa naka.
No, we have network.
Network baax na.
Africell, Qcell, come here. Definitely.
Gamtel nag.
Gamtel, anyway, I don't, no. Gamtel network is very poor that end.
Okay. Well, the guy didn't turn to Gamtel network is very poor. No, sabote. Okay, that's cool. Let me start with Gamtel. Aliou, kaya nga wala lana isen problem. Be mun lana jox guy network. Okay, baax na jërëjëf Seydi.
All right. Thank you.
Man su ma ne Seydi mu ne ma Sidi naka la. Seydou. You defal ma SAIDY.
Uncle Peter, I think he is not using our line. He is not our customer, but because we have antennas at Busumbala and surrounding.
Okay, so all the Busumbalas are adequately covered.
Yes.
So this is a question for Nawek again. Water and electricity, but water mainly because a pipe passing through this settlement that is being denied water and electricity is causing problems for them through water spillage.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Seydi, for your question. All right, Degana Lingawa. That Busumbala Kumudampang, I also live in Busumbala, so I know the area. Unfortunately, the distribution network is all of this. No. Wow, Luma Degela Fufu, amuñ fa network. Transmission line for because they am a borehole in Darbu Sumbala, borehole before Franeka, and we have a transmission line running back to Jambur. Then from Jambur Modem to Sukuta treatment plant. Yes, it is planned that the network will be extended if our production is improved. But this, I don't foresee it in the next year or so. But for the leakage, they are sure that we are going to address it today. Mr. Kante used to call me in those days when they have problems. And but this time, for one reason or the other, I did not hear from him. Sometimes the way we receive information also delays some of these things. Because any vehicle they see passing, like, oh, fee yanange am boss by fee. Sometimes those people may not be water people. Instead of them reporting it, will not get the information on time. But I know the area, I know the borehole, Hamna Fufu, Hamna Mr. Khan, Namadan Am Nombamsa. From here, I will communicate to our standby team, address leakage. Thank you very much. I can also see Amuna Rajosuma number time anytime for you say boss pipe, I call ma 9964362 or I call 3664032. 3664032. Anytime for you say boss pipe. Anywhere in the country, call me and we will try to resolve it. Thank you.
Okay, I was going to interject because any Nawek motor vehicle bungis rek dañ dé wax né boss pipe ngini. Same responsibility la because if you are a Nawek employee, ñi xamuñ da yow ci ndox nga nekka nda ci electricity nga nekka. They did the right thing, complaining to the right people at the right place. So I think you ended it well. Pour nga wax né suñ amé a complaint, let them call you directly. I appreciate that. And also, pour wax la ne am nañ 1669 number. Waaye comme li nga wax moom si boppam dugal na boppam waaye génne na boppam waati. I'm glad that you've dealt it very well and it went very well. Thank you.
I'm so disappointed that we have so many young people. Nobody's complaining about data and ISP service, and they are all here. It's consumer parliaments were not created only for Nawek. Yes, maybe it's about time we opened up, competition against, for water and electricity. But I want to invite Keba Drame from CRR North, Kuntawur Jakaba. Yoya Keba? Okay. Keba mel ni dafa play football. Yelal microphone baa ngi nii ci no ci ron.
Good afternoon.
Good
everybody.
afternoon.
My name is Keba Drame from CRR North, Kuntaru Jakaba, a village called Kuntaru Jakaba. Okay, I prefer to speak one of the local language.
Any one of them. Any one of them.
Follow, Malbe Konton, Mark Marcel Menda, GRTS. GRTS, même Radio Gambia. GRTS la amam betea. Et la fréquence ni amam betea because ni be kuntaru jakaba. Ni radio ni muta ibuka fem moy. Fonyola kasia. Anim fana GRTS ibe Gambia dawda nabe kumakang aka fa fay. Ngambla momen bebi jam be so witness no muna yono akafa faye minister nana be radio to minister of information nga kol ki je ngay tanala ko GRTS nabe kumaka afaye machine ka fa faye ila power station do so woto nga fayen ko masa kunna e makoro ke pour GRTS ye makoy ye sembo soto ngalon ko gasi wala ka cash power wala ke taman anu cash power da kolata fmolu wala pour ka taman o man kolya ba ke bari am woka gasi wala min bakele anu cash power ni wala ke to la radio taman woto ko masakunna me danila ye GRTS makoy ye sembo soto because Senegal muta Gambia dawda akasena bal ni radio Gambia muta abukasena wo mu bala faldi o manyana kala okay flanjang wala mu kiwsel nte folota pour ka kiwsel la use because jannin kiwsel bina nka gamsel la use but 2020 gamsel e problème soto ne gamsel pour ala ni woko pour ka sala ka kole an to la ma fangla o tamo bari lafta même fola wala min ko ma sa kunna si gamsel is gamtel isi makoy because e boytale mula e boyni former government na time e boyte o time la because former government dependa gamtel kanne wate
sorry déguma lile wat li ma bëgg emal ci sa complaint ci service provision bi ñu bay politique bi.
Okay, thank you. So Gamtel in nitel pour que mako because 2017 Gamtel la internet atela da diata abet ila credit ko fanan atela da diata abet wo buta je QCell fana ye kamin Gamtel tinyata don QCell fana na network ko ila network ko betata bari ila credit code atria batale ila internet fana atria batale QCell combien wala fisiata mette momento combien Gamtel 2017 be nyame ila internet be nyame sa combien fana na internet bola nyama ni GSM be combien wala fisiate bet interneto ani credit ko nawek ila tarif koleatale yala complaino siata ma complaino ba mintole wala mu ila tarif le da koleata asiata nawek nyante ila tarif talale ba ngamoy ko masakuna lafta nawek makola pour ila tarif ni satala wo nyanta kelale because ntenga nga 900 sang cash power ya jalla dina 650 so fuaron ni miskinol abe kolyala wol ma bakele ni o bota je minister environment maybe moti jam membe jang but energy
no Or energy. Okay, energy. Amadiga environment.
Yes, yala be wala karola. So energy Gambian safono ko firewood law yiro abanta in banko kan. Woto ko man sakunna nyanta fero de la même bakila ko gas compagnie be sulu la in banko kan tabiro sike menna wala nka nyamol melta nka fita nka fay même balitote yow ke ya ke kemoti yow dada ke kemboti because yiro wo bantali ntanga wala soto pour kaytan ala baraka.
Thank you very much. I think the last comment would be for PURA to consider in terms of energy, so that we move away from, further depleting our forest cover. Okay, true, PURA regulates broadcasting, but if you look at the top table, there's no broadcaster up there, so broadcasting is one area they are still to develop, so we can't address the issue of GRTS, but it's an appeal for government to help GRTS. It's not for me to... he wants to say something? Okay, we'll get to that later on. QCell, would you like to deal with Anna Ami? Anam doesn't want to say anything. You used to be very good there, but your credit, fat.
Credit, I'll speak in Wolof, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
No, he spoke Mandinka, I think. In Mandinka.
Well, I need help.
Okay, go ahead.
Generally, customers see, in terms of internet usage, during the buka internet with them dal. So in the 25, sir, 25 should be in your account for 1 week. The better the quality of internet, the faster the internet you're going to consume. That's basically standards. That's industry. It's not Gambia. It's everywhere else in the world. So fake any mom area bim neka samung fa 4G network. Internet consumption is going to be faster than somewhere where there's a 3G coverage. Okay. There's transparency when it comes to QCell and the way they charge. Customers can come in and actually request for same usage, and it's very specific. They can tell you on one site, how much data you consumed, one time, and all those details. Fantastic. So definitely, yellow credit consumption being used, and that's how it works, basically.
So Keba, you should be happy that you are in an area where the internet can be so fast that it goes fat. If you go to Fonyi, you will know what privilege you are enjoying. Comium, you're being praised here, so how are you able to give a strong network and still be so affordable? The mic is here. Sir Joe.
Thank you. Customer from CRR North. It's a matter of policy. The main objective of Comium is to offer affordable without compromising quality. That's the policy. Yep.
Well done. Nawek. The guy said he bought he spent $900 only to be given $650 worth of credit. It's very expensive. Manjang. Can we have the microphone taken to Manjang over there? Moneka Chichatbi. That's a great difference. 900 for only 650.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Peter, I would like to speak in Mandinka to...
yes, please.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Comme Mr. Drame, e coming fonu, comme la na tarifo, e ka akole atale. Ha, tonyalong ni ajibe ekonomi nyami kol koleata nawek fanaba bundal try kan ka kata mi yat na tarifo ba sone ala nyami ni ajibe saint nawek la mama on siata
coming initially, Mr. Jaya Fojang, coming in promol be to solve nola at a go. Some of them sometimes a resource require. Now infrastructure, and the cost of production, high tobacco. Some of the infrastructure will be in the 1980s, EBJ. So will be a contribute cost. So mbakara kan ka jibe technology how to explore ka jibe mba cool tala nyame.
Keba, can I just ask you forward again? Keba, here. Explain this 900 and 650. You gave $900 here and got 650 units, right? Okay. So before, if you gave 900, how many units did you get? Just come back. We'll give you a microphone. Come. I want to understand this problem. Because you're saying you gave 900 and got 650. So 650 units. Before, if you gave 900, how many units did you get?
I never checked that. But I'm having my bill here. I'm having my bill here. No, maybe 2 weeks ago. Yeah. Yes.
Come Keba. So ñu la encourage monitor trend bi ninga de nisa bo jende cash power so mune jël natal nga call 148 bo jende sa cash power rek nga make sure nga dimbale ñu nga natalal ñu sa receipt bi ñu monitor trend bi naka la démé nda dafa yokku nda dafa wañeku nda ñu la jox liñ la wara jox dafa important. I wish nga mënon am sa bill sa receipt njëkk yi woon just 1 2 3 yom ne maybe 1 year ago nga lifin ñu because biñ defee tariff review bi at bu nekk lañ dee def tariff review te balañ koo def si PURA lañ dee ñoo njëkka ñun ñu seet yu bare bari bala gaay di yokkat ndax dañ war a wàññi waaye ñu ngi laa ñaax rek I wish nga amoon sa benn receipt bu màgget boo xam ne 1 year ago la ak now waaye from now on soo ñu mënee dimbala rek nga call ñu 148 dinañ la wax fan nga sene si WhatsApp bi pour nga mun ñoo jox.
Okay, balaa moo dem dañ bëgg a xam fan la jëndee is it third party or direct from Nawai?
Wow, no bëgg nañoo gis receipt bi njëkka.
Yeah,
because even that 650
Lungwa it doesn't commiserate with any of the tariff.
Okay, so we will see.
Customer residential tariff is 13.85, so that will give you 64.4 something. So it doesn't commiserate with any of the tariff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I said GRTS were not here and nobody would deal with that, but apparently you have to go to the podium. You have to be on camera. Who has the roving? Yeah, okay. So PURA will deal with the question on GRTS not being strong in CRR North. Please identify yourself first.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Siaka Bojan, Senior Manager Broadcasting PURA. Ja question o min ninka ako GRTS la signal bika senia ila mafawala. According to Geneva 84 plan, frequency and in transmitter power equal attachable. So GRTS la station o mimbe URR, CRR, LRR, North Bank, and in Cambodia, the frequency there's a transmitter power attached. So ebe dami probably ila station mimbo mafonla, ila transmitter minka signal min fay fonyo kono, asembo man wara bake pour ay sene alla mafonla. Bari mbanyin ko investigate la mbajibe le meneatina alla mafonla signal nyimbe clear je. And here point of number equal akatara kumakan after radio kafa. Probably as a keno navigator off while I stand by generator there's a problem but no one woman in the killer. Well, as a keno fanan transmitter head loss because transmitter wale ka dia mo bonde fonyo kono puriya moy. So ni o fata drong ita femoyla. So as a keno ni reason but mba ko jibela le minatina o problem over caring. Abarka.
Thank you, Siaka. You just used one word that reminded me of an issue that Nawek did not address. When he said fonyo, that caller, this air that you are charging people in Bundung for instead of water. Second, come again. I mean, how come they are being told that they are paying for the air that their meter is pumping out? They are not being... The mic is there. How does the air get into their meter in the first place? You turn on the tap to see water, not air. No, it's okay, it's on.
Hello, as said by the customer, you know, we have our system, we are pumping, it's a pumping system. So naturally, there will be air in the system. But we have instruments that take air out of the system. And of course, if there is no water in the pipe, which is the case in Bundung most of the time, you know, air will go into the pipe, because otherwise what is going to happen is the pipe will compress, and that can lead to serious damage.
Yeah, but it's not their fault that air got into
the
pipe.
No, but what I am saying is I'm not sure whether that is the case. I'm not commercial. How air gets into their pipes to the extent of moving the meters. If this is the case, and when it is reported to commercial, normally what they do is it is investigated. And if it is confirmed that, yes, it was due to air, yes, I think they have a way of reversing the bill. Yeah. Yes. So if anybody has a situation like that, they should report it to their next commercial
I think
outlet.
Manjang wants to add something to that.
Yeah.
Just, Dema, you have to be on camera.
Okay, just to add on what Sekan just said, we normally, if these problems occurs and you lay your complaint, we do an investigation, and if we found out that is the reality on the ground, we do adjust your bill accordingly. But going forward, we also trying to bring meters that are smart and that will not read air, because we know the networks it's going to be difficult to take out air completely. So we are trying to also leverage technology to bring smart meters. So going forward, all the water meters are going to be smart meters. So this problem of air being billed will be a thing of the past. So they will always wait. Okay, I also wanted to seize the opportunity to address some issues that were from the video, starting from the video of the guy who has a reversal issue.
Yes.
I think the issue was reported to Madam Adam, and she forwarded it to us. So what I wanted to say is we have thousands of these complaints in a month, because we have so many people buying cars power. Some will wrongly buy, some will mistakenly add a digit or a zero to it, and we deal with it as it comes. And these are normal process. But if you have a rare case that is not in our policy, sometimes it takes time before decision is being made. Remember, we'll be audited to see how we are complying with controls and everything. So some of these things, the issue was addressed to us from QCell by Madam Adam, and then we did a proper investigation. Before the investigation, that's when PURA came in. And I think that's okay, PURA should come. And when we looked into it, even before concluding the investigation, we realized that we should refund the guy. So the other issue is 1669. We want to appeal to the general public, everybody, to direct your complaints to 1669. This will help us to record the number of complaints and help us in decision making. Because when you, in a way, vehicle pass you, you said, oh, I have a leakage here, I have a problem. To you, you have laid your complaint to Nawe. Or you know Matar, you call Matar and your problem is not being addressed. To you, you have laid your complaint to Nawe. But formally, you have not, because there are formal channels to lay your complaint. This will help us track and also record, help us in decision making, to know where we are doing and what we are doing against that. And also we have also been set targets by the regulators, by the SOEs, and all that stuff. So these are some indicators they look at. So we please let people use 169. Knowing second is one thing. Second will just resolve the problem. The problem might occur again. But let's know the number of times it's occurring so that we can know there is a problem at this point and maybe deploy different strategies. So these are some of the things I wanted to add. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add to what you said, I think you have to encourage your platforms to be known to people, because if you have 1669 and it's not widely publicized, there is no way people can call and complain. So I think you have to make more emphasis on making advertisements to let people know that you have your toll-free number, just like the way other GSM operators are doing, giving 111 to their consumers. So if you create more awareness, I think it will be very, very relevant to people, for the consumers to know what you are doing, what you are offering, and where they can direct your complaints to. So 1669 needs more publicity on your platforms, either on your Facebook page, just like you are doing when there is a downtime on your network. So we will employ you to continue advertising your 1669 so that people can know that this is where we need to lodge our complaints. Thank you very much.
All right, we'll get another contribution from PURA, yes?
Yes. Dama bëgg contribute on ñi di wax ne seen meters yi dañ leen dee charge because of the air, ngelaw bi. So dañ bëgg wax rek from PURA, based on the quality of service or the minimum standards for operations. Ñu ngi wax consumer yëpp, nobody has the right to charge you for that because of their own operational inefficiencies. So I'm glad that Matar came and explained the things that they are doing to improve their operations. So, su nekkee ne am nga any problem that relates to that, ba pare nawek solvuñ ko, please call 148 because they don't have the right to charge you because Samita Bangi rate air. Thank you.
All right. Saliu Jallo Kunkujang Ketaya. We're coming. Let's hear from Saliu Jallo.
Thank you, Uncle Peter, and of course, a mentor as well.
Thank you.
Well, I'm wearing a cap of a community, so I will speak in one of the national languages.
I love your shirt.
Thank you. You will never walk alone.
You'll never walk alone.
Saliu Jallo Latuda, mangi deka Kunkujang Keteya, legi mangi am nyari at fufu nono. Waaye bu ma fa ñëwee nag man doon laajte suma dëkkandoor yi lu tax ndo amul foofu noonu maanaam dafa mel ni suma laajte bi maa ngi koy sànni si ñii di naweek ñu ne ma lii day ëpp na 4 years ñu amuñ foofu noonu ndox so si biir kër yi da nga gis mita bi waaye nag ndox si biir dafa mel ni pompe bi foofu lañ di ajee suñ jàmpe bi so ndox nekku di ñëw ñu ne time boobu noonu xaaji guddi def di ñëw waaye léegi stop na. It's close to 6 years. Ndo amul Kunkujang Keteya. Legi ci Central Mosque bi lañoy dem pour uti ji ndox te bobu sax bo hol la. Te su amé problème dafa melni dañu wara dem be ci Kunkujang police station bi nit di rang fofu nonu. Amna ñoo xamné né yette jallo leen ñu ngi am tank ci sen kër yi de may nit yi pour ñu rot. Wa lolu tamit dafa am time. Legi ñu tejj ko legi ñu ubbi ko. So lolu nekk na problème maa ngi laajte nawek because ñun suñ definition jamono bii nii foofu noonu ca Kunkujang Keteya they are not available when water is concerned. So dama laajte ga luta ba léegi Kunkujang Keteya tundi West Coast region amuñ ndox ba léegi loolu mooy suma laajte te ba bari tamit courant bi suma kër dina ñàkk am courant the next compound ñu am courant te fence moo nekk sun diggante lu waral loolu ba pare tamit dañu war a dem wër dëkk bi xam seen problème si di am na pipe yu bari ñu ngi génn si biti Kunkujang Keteya mooy number 1 foofu noonu pipe yu bari ñu ngi si biti. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Saliu. Yeah, problem of exposed pipes. Mom is just calling your attention. Water problem at Kunkujang Keteya for over 6 years. Not a single drop. Fanga de kana.
Okay, jërëjëf Saliou. Foog naa Kunkujang kete ya bokk na ci areas yoo xam ne already identify nañ they have water problem. Wellingara, Kunkujang kete Bundung, and we are coming. Ñu ngi ñëw comme ni ko Matar waxe projects here are very capital intensive. And we are doing everything possible to see naka la ñoo yokkee ndox bu ñu war a jox nit ñi. Because comme nu ma ko waxee léegi from Fajara here all the way to Kunkujang Keita dañ am problem. Ndox bi because of the soccerways ak yooyu yëpp yaaxa na ndox bi. So léegi fa la ñu dem. We have a project right now through Yokan Dohbi. We have to go all the way to Sanyang, drill boreholes. And you have a project, Bohamne, then you sample tank somewhere in Wellingara, through Yokan Dohbi, them Kunkuja. When the boreholes you gas fale sifo. So you see how capital intensive it is. Wanta xam nañ problem bi, and we are doing something pour ñu xam ne naka la ñu improve network bi. Currently sa am na pipe bu ñu run from Banjulunding. Am na ñi nekk boori boobu ñoom seen supply bi improve na tuuti ak ñi nekk si boori police station bi. Wanta ñi nekk si kaw boori juma bi te si boori baamel bi ñoom ñoo am problem. So we are coming, we are aware of the problem, and ñu ngi def suñu Ketel program pour address problem bi.
Please. All right, thank you. Can we have somebody for electricity? Munta understand mom kiram dafa ñaka kurang kim bokal fence tapat am kurang.
Good afternoon, Peter.
Good afternoon.
My good friend I never met before. I am Sana Dabo. I'm the system operator.
Sana, we talk every day. We've
Many
never
times,
met.
Yeah, many times. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I am the system.
I address all my problems to Sana.
Yes.
Even if it's water, I don't go to second anymore.
Thank you very much, Peter. My name is Sana Dabo. I am the system operations and planning manager. And I also double as a project manager at the project implementation of PRU. Kunkujang is one area I know very well. I think I had a delegation comprised the Imam, the Alcalo. They came to my office complaining about that. But prior to that, we had interventions. The intervention is because sometimes within the transformer itself, we can have one circuit that is overloaded. It's having problems. So when we did that, we realized that there's still a problem when they came back. So we had an intervention by putting another transformer. I think for the first time I'm hearing them complain. But really what happened normally is, in that case, is either your fuse is blown or probably your jumper is caught as a result of high load. These are issues that we can address as quickly as possible. Okay. Yeah.
All right, thanks. Thank you very much, Sana. Mohamed Gassama, PURA student ambassador. One of the actors. You're now content you.
Okay, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yes, my first question go to the petrol sector. Yes, you would realize that on a normal basis, when motor cars, buying fuel rather, they would not off their engines of their car, which is highly risky. And then the people that are serving wouldn't even do nothing about it, which is highly risky. So going to the other questions, you would realize that jerry cans, people do buy petrols in jerry cans, and which is highly risky too. Due to the, in rural Gambia, due to the far distance of petrol station. So they would put fuel in jerry cans, which is highly risky. Going to Nawek, the on and off of electricity is going beyond hand. I am living in Bundung, near London Corner, and you would realize that, I don't know, last year or this year, before they install these transformers inside, there's an area behind our compound. So every lane, the transformer will do an explosive sound, boom. Even if you touch the walls, you would feel it. So everybody will be panicked near that area, which is a problem that do happen yearly. So yes, and going to the other part, they asked a question, but you haven't answered that part. Why is when NAWEC is digging pipes, you won't dig properly so that the pipes can go deep into the ground, but you will just leave pipes on the way like that, which causes burst. In my area, you would see pipes around at Bundung. You would see pipes when you are passing. So going to the GSM operators.
Can you hold the mic properly to see whether?
Yes. So going to the GSM operators, you would realize, saying the truth, because I'm a PURA ambassador, but I'm speaking as a consumer, and then the voice of the people. So AFICEL, the problem of AFICEL is going beyond hand, taking off credits of people, and sometimes your credit will be going negative, just going like that. It's something that people do complain about it. And I thank PURA, for bringing this consumer parliament so that people can brief out their grievances. So, Gwen, the last question is to PURA. PURA, I think you should advocate for the introduction of a law about cyberbullying. That should be entrenched and enshrined in the Constitution. You understand? About cyberbullying, that if anybody is found doing, because our mothers, our sisters are exposed online, that if anybody is caught doing, you'll be dealt with mercilessly. So it's a law that should be introduced. I thank you all.
Thank you, Mohammed. NAWEC, would you like to address issues pertaining to you? Why is Buba here if he's not going to do anything? Buba.
Okay, good afternoon. I am Buba Baji, a student of Uncle Peter Gomez. I'm the communications officer NAWEC, very unpopular. Yeah, coming to what the ambassador said, for your information, when we dig pipes, we dig them to the, actually, we never dig, we dig very deep. What you are seeing happening around the Bundungs and others, is the movement of the earth, which we are not in control.
Soil erosion.
Yeah, soil erosion, thank you. So most of the time you see that. But when we lay new pipes, absolutely we dig to the bottom. And then you talked about the transformer for Bundung near London. Yes, we have changed it to a canopy one now. That will not be happening. Yes, you are right. What you said was happening, but it's not happening now. We have changed almost 52 brand new transformers within GBA. Also, the other complaint of Bundung, I'll go back to that. Why? Because I have special programs with the community of Bundung, especially the women of Bundung, myself and the Honorable National Assembly member, Mr. Suleiman Jammeh. We had very good programs, and as Sekan said, by Monday there will be a change. It could have happened before Monday, Uncle Peter, but to tell this gathering that, all this was not possible. The unfortunate incident is like some people went and vandalized the newly built bowl for Bundung from Nema. And the saddest thing is I've seen vandalizing happening in NAWEC, but this was the worst of its kind. A borehole that was to be commissioned in just 3 days' time. People went, bring the lines down, the block, the panel, and butchered them, like a fuller man angry at a cattle. That was very unfair. And then I want to put it there, this is not for NAWEC, but it's all of us. Because I have a relative in Bundung, you have a relative in Bundung. So a lot of people will suffer. Also, these are some of the problems that NAWEC is facing. Auntie Jamila, I know we've not seen, but there are emails that we share. The 1669 is like it's our everyday talk. When we go to any platform, if you look at the T-shirts we wear recently, you will see 1669. Every communication that I release, I will put on the bottom, please reach out to 1669. And then I think it may not be, people may not like the communication, but I think I can raise my hand here and say NAWEC is the only institution that communicates every minute, even at 2 o'clock in the night. We do that, and we keep saying that. And I also am happy that, as all of say, we are there, and then we will keep it up, and we will keep talking about the 1669, and then ask people to do. Thank you very much.
Hamga, the local languages are even more frequent, because new complaint are mostly locals like me who wants to know 1669. The communication on social media, it's fine. All other platforms are okay. But the local languages, to tell them the significance of 1669 and what they're going to benefit, is very, very important. So you have to have a platform where you can say about 1669 in Wolof, in Mandinka, in Jola, and all the local languages. We have to be fair to them. Thank you
very much, and then I've taken note of this, because we also have our town hall meetings, Bantabas and the like. So as you said, we'll try to bring that. I'll only have to ask Uncle Peter to tell me 1669 in Manjako, then I'll also say thank you.
That's easy, don't worry. Musa, please, Africell, Mohammed, according to him, your credit just runs and runs and runs, whatever that means. And by the way, send me
thank you very much. Wow, that's right. I just want to tell people, and mostly some of these things when we talk about democratic you talked about people in Foni who has problem in waiting for the wheel to reach its rightful destination. If you are lucky to be in an area where the network is running, don't complain about speed. That's what this thing is all about. You want a service that costs money. And that's what all the GSM companies are about. Investment requires so much money. So the service also that we are giving or you are being paid should be paid for. There is no free dinner. And let's understand these things. There is no cheating in here. Many a times, if I happen to tell you the stories that some angry customers would walk into our customer care just to lay a complaint. If you read their lines and look at the Alipo, some of them just walks out very quietly, very easily, without saying a word. Because most of them don't know. Someone sneaking next door, your daughter, most importantly, your second wife. So see it be Morgan Hamsa, I'll be text a phone, move the credit. And when we tell you this thing, the story is this. An elderly, respectable man walked in complaining, Satangen, Suma credit, Yendangen, all kinds of profanities you can imagine. And then we called the gentleman, we looked at his records and everything, Man, key number be kanla. Number be Suma Jawar Moko mom. What do you tell? Key models credit.
Okay.
And no comment.
No
comment, no I'm sorry or anything. The man just stormed out.
Thank you.
And these are the things that's happening every day. When it happens, we call you in, we read out what's happening in your line. Some of them surprising. If you saw them, they wouldn't say anything. I'm sorry, they would even visit porn sites. Sorry about this.
All right, okay, thank you. And finally, Mohammed had some advice or suggestion against cyberbullying, advising PURA maybe to champion the passing of a law on cyberbullying. Is that something for the deputy DG or the chairman? Because the DG is not here. Okay, can I give it to the chairman or DG? Championing a law against cyberbullying.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you for that question. I think I just want to say this is the beauty of the Consumer Parliament. We are not speaking for any operator, they're all speaking for themselves. Whatever they're saying is what they have said and what you can assign to them. What I can say about cybersecurity, I think it's important. There are legislation in other countries where things like revenge porn, like what was demonstrated here in the play, are legislated and can be dealt with. I think there are limitations within our laws, but nonetheless, I think not only PURA, And at the police, they have a cyber crime unit that is building up. So hopefully we are working to a point where hopefully we'll be able to deal with issues like cyber crime, porn, revenge porn and stuff. And also I see our guy that works at our computer emergency response team, which is a center that we have that most people are not aware of, that we deal with all the attacks that come to the country. PURA is aware of that we can see. We have advised CNIs, that the national critical infrastructure, that we advise them with regards to types of attacks that they have. The financial institutions, governments, and other institutions. But I will pass the mic to our South manager, Dauda, to actually shed more light on this.
Dauda, please come to the podium so that you could be captured on camera. Please start by reintroducing yourself.
Good afternoon. I am Dauda Jata, GM Search Manager, which is under the ICT Directorate. The young gentleman that asked about that suggested PURA to champion legislation in terms of cybersecurity. For your information, there are already legislation on cyber security, but it is not sufficient. If you look at the IC Act of 2009, Part 3, it talks about computer misuse, and that is sufficient to prosecute any cybercrime incident. And then right now, there are already plans to review the law, IC Act, which is being now called the Communication Bill, which is already at an advanced stage. And the IC Act review also has resulted into other legislation. They are trying to decouple some of the laws like data protection and cyber security. So already currently the data protection and privacy bill is already at the National Assembly. So consultation has already been done. Now they are trying to consolidate all the facts from the consultation. And then probably they will table it for the fourth reading and second reading. So that is on the data privacy and protection. And also there's the cybercrime bill is already at advanced stage. I think if I can remember, it is supposed to be tabled or it has already been tabled at the Parliament. So you can see there are already legislation on this aspect. And PURA is a key stakeholder in this, and we take part from starting all the way to the ending. So for your information, if you want to read or access the IC Act of 2009, you can visit pura.gm, and then you'll have access to it. And then it is very comprehensive, and it touches on a lot of sectors and a lot of regulations. I hope that helps.
Thank you very much. Now, one thing I have observed over the years, when we started the Consumer Parliament, the issue of unsolicited SMS messages was always, a recurring complaint. But until now, nobody has said anything about that. So PURA needs to be commended for helping solve that problem. Nevertheless, I'm going to invite the newly appointed CEO of the Gambia Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, Mr. Basiru Njai, just to say something about unsolicited messages as special guest on this occasion.
Thank you very much, Peter. It's been interesting hearing some of the comments. Like you said, I think a lot of work has been done when it comes to unsolicited text messages. I think it was an issue we raised for years with PURA, but at least now we have the Do Not Disturb platform. However, as a commission, we are still receiving some complaints. I think just about 2 days ago, we received one, and then we had to communicate to the customer to send stop to 1040. So for me, what we have now is good. However, most people don't know how to opt out. And I believe as a consumer, before you even opt out, you need to opt in for something. So it's like you are automatically subscribed to something, and then sometimes you don't even know how to opt out of it. So my recommendation is going forward, I think this should be a service where consumers can actually opt in for at first, before being educated on how to opt out of the service. So it could be something that it's among their options that they can actually subscribe for. Because most of the people, if you get a SIM card, you start receiving these messages. So that is just food for thought. We can think about it. I don't know what the opinion of PURA or the GSM services are.
Well, we'll let you guys work that out behind the scenes. Just stay there. I mean, you had a commission that is about the protection of the consumer. Sure. We are all consumers here. You've heard a lot of consumer-related issues where people did not know about 148, 1669. You know, what's your advice to them? I mean, you're the one commission with the clear specification of consumer protection in its name.
Thank you very much.
Take, for instance, the people of Bundung. I mean, who want to pay for water, but instead are paying for air.
I think PURA has sectors they regulate. And as a commission, we have a collaborative framework with them. So normally, most of the issues, even if we receive complaints, if we can give advice that quickly solves it, we would. But if not, we have to channel it to PURA. But one thing is we have good collaborations, and most of our main areas of concern, we take it up with them. I think there still needs to be a lot of more advocacy from not only PURA, but also from the service providers as well. Because this opting out, for instance, 1040 stop, it's not in the incentive of the service provider to advertise that, because it's not something they are earning money from. It's actually something that is regulated. So I think PURA need to maybe ensure that in terms of, we work together, in terms of disclosure of some of these things, whether it's something lucrative or not, but as long as it's a regulation, service providers will need to spend just as much money on transparency and disclosure issues. Because if not, they might only focus of areas that they actually make money from, but not areas of consumer protection that PURA is actually forcing them to do. Thank you.
Fantastic. All right, I'm surprised that we are yet to get contributions via Eyeafrica from Gambians outside the Gambia. Oh, okay, yeah. We had a complaint of, petrol in jerry cans. Do we have? Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm Mama Tamba Jammeh, Manager Corporate and Supply Bulk, GMPC, under Commerce. Yeah, I heard him saying that it is a concern. You go to a petrol station, some will be using telephones while selling fuel to the customers, or some will be sold into jerry cans. Yes. Well, I can't talk on behalf of all OMCs. When I said OMCs, oil marketing companies, but I can talk on behalf of GMPC. Yeah, under GMPC, we always make sure that when staffs are employed, we take them through a thorough training, especially on the side of safety, because safety, you can't trade it with whatsoever. Therefore, it is something that we don't compromise. And the smallest punishment, if one is caught, a staff, using telephone whilst at the petrol station, is suspension. That is the smallest one. And if it continues, you will end up even losing your job. So like when it comes to the jerry cans, sometimes the customers might have little knowledge. So we take it upon ourselves to sensitize them. We don't sell because we want to make money, but their safety is also a concern to us. That's why sometimes we do reject customers who comes with unsafe containers. I believe I have answered your...
When you say unsafe containers?
Yeah, the avian bottles, some will come with it.
Okay.
Yeah, those ones are not safe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But what about the issue of, serving a customer whose engine is running? Engines are supposed to be turned off, aren't they?
Actually, we do ask them to off at GMPC.
Yeah, but they don't. And you still serve them.
I'm not sure if they don't, but I will cross-check.
You're not sure? All right. What about Ruda? Okay. What about petrol being dispensed in jerry cans? You see, a 20-liter
this
container
is what I'm saying.
with a pipe in it. No, outside here, where you don't have petrol stations, filling stations. You see roadside dispensers of fuel, and the fuel is in this 20-liter oil drum.
I think that one, PURA can help us.
Yeah, that's a question for PURA, I think.
Yeah.
Where's Njai? Okay. All right.
Yeah, thank you.
You're PURA, are you?
No, I'm not PURA.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you are PURA, why are you not wearing a shirt like me? Yeah. Okay, but you're not PURA. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I'm Sanu Sheka from Castle Oil Company.
From Castle, okay.
Yep. But I prefer this time around to speak in Wolof.
Okay, go ahead.
As my partner, I'm
sure.
going to say this in English. Hence, we have so many drivers that
True.
are local out there,
True.
So, li ma doon bëgg a tontu rek moo nekk comme.
waaye ekkatil mic bi mu gën a jege waaw.
moo nekk comme boy bi li ma wax ci affaire yi di jaay drivers yi ñuy bañ a fay seen engines yi. do ñun dañ leen di wax ñu fay waaye ñoom dañ dee insist façon ñu tappale bu nekk ne la ko wax naan la moto bi su fayee du taalaat. But me, in my presence, because I'm the general supervisor, at the same time double as the supply manager. Man, in my presence, I prefer ma dahala nga dem ma bañ la jaay sax ma xaar keneen dan ma jaay la because something happen foofu noonu du MC moto boobu rek or the driver ñun ñëpp la moo affect so man moo tax ma ne prefer man ma wax la da nga dem so de moto mun loo ko fay nga dem waaye ñun duñ accept loolu noonu.
naka nga dee diilee ak ñi nga xam ne léegi unfortunately xale yu jigéen dina leen daal xale yu góor na leen daal nga ñu fekk leen ñu ngi ci mobile phone bi ñu ngi laa jaay ñu ngi keppa affaire bi nii te leen nii.
non boobu comme lu saay wax rek man tam I apply the same thing dama leen daxa nga ñibbi that for tweet dama leen daxa nga ñibbi amut compromise sax.
nga saak leen on the spot.
yeah because man dama def safety.
ok
dama def safety te 2 years ago happen na.
ci ban station nga nekk dama bëgg a yoot ñëw foofu noonu.
maa ngi Westfield station foofu la suma office nekk.
yoot ñëw fa benn
because 2 years ago happen na fa. dafa am driver bu ñu doon jaay. mu ibbi bunti motoom bi.
mooy safara boobu noonu woon.
waaw mu bos tànkaam bi si break bi pare langal beneen tànkaam bi si biti. so mu jox suma staff bi pour mu jaay ko koo jaay pareegut sax jox na ko wéccitam bi rek mu bos accélérateur mu dem den moto bi noonu la xëccee nozzle bi ak pipe bi den suñ dispenser bi daanu den mu caught fire so noonu la xamu ne so moo tax man in my present man loolu duma ko dee allow ak tamit jaay comme fuel si jalikaan si ñun loolu dañ ko dee monitor bu baax especially soo yónnee xaleel mu ñëw non duñ la jaay only adults bu ko dégg la fii amuñ comme métal jalikaan su bari fii ñi nga gis yëpp bidon ngi diwlin la ñoo téye wala 1 litre li fi nii sa ñim gën a bare sax moo nekk booy yi dee def spray yi moto yi ak yooyu noonu ñoom da laa indil 1 litre jël fi nii naka Evian yi nañuy jaay la man su ma ko fekkee man du ma ko dee allow because it's not safe ñun safety lañ dee njëkk a xool force bala ñoo seet xaalis
ok
boo déggee receive xaalis da nga wéru yaram wala yaa ngi si safety
okay
so thank you very much.
Anna PURA fellow because I think PURA has an issue here. Okay you help Mr. Sima. So motorists are advised to switch off their engines when re-tanking, and dispensers are also advised to ensure that motorists switch off their engines when they're being dispensed fuel. But we don't see that happen.
Okay, thank you, Peter. I'll start with I think the gentleman from Kuntaur that talks about deforestation and that we should encourage using gas. I think it's a valid point that he has. And as an authority, this is something we are working on. In terms of even our licensing regime, we have concentrated in giving licenses to the provincial areas because it's most prevalent in the provincial areas where you have people using jerry cans as stopgap measures because petrol stations are far and few in between. So this is used as a stopgap measure, and there are risks associated with this. So we are cognizant of this, and we are working on actually making sure this is not the case. By providing the requisite petrol stations, that will actually nullify the need for that to happen. That is something that we are doing when it comes to those things. But with regards to the people selling fuel and using mobile phones or the like, this is something that we do. We cannot be at the petrol stations every time, but they know through the rules that they said they've put them through trainings that they do. All OMCs have been trained when it comes to health and safety. And we also have customer care center visits where we go to petrol stations and then we look at these things and we make sure that they are employed. But like I said, every single time, these are the reasons they give. They usually end up in fights with, especially taxi drivers, because they refuse to do it, saying if they do, their car won't start up again and issues like that. But the idea is if that happens, they should refuse to sell. And I think if they do that, then it means that will fix the problem. I think these are the things we're doing with regards to petrol stations. We also recognize that at some point, firewoods would not be available. So we need to also encourage people to use gas. I think we started working with the Minister of Energy to actually look at making gas much more prevalent and then looking at the cost of gas so that people can see the cost-benefit analysis of saying one bag of charcoal is $400. If you can buy a 25 kilogram of gas, that will last you much longer. Why not use that? So instead of just forcing people, but showing them the benefits that are inherent in actually using gas as opposed to firewood, which is like a double-edged sword. Not only is it not good for your health, but also it depletes our forests and it puts us at other issues in terms of the environmental issues that are associated with that. Thank you.
A friend just whispered in my ear a concern about petrol stations being built, in residential areas. And, we have, I know that there used to be a petrol station at Serekunda Market. It was moved because Serekunda Market was growing. But in Brikama, right across the road, you have those petrol stations there.
Thank you, Peter. And I'm sure you know more than I do that this is not new in the Gambia. In Banjul, there's a petrol station next to somebody's house, and it's been there for almost, 50, 60, 70 years. I think the issue is not the petrol station. Those of us who have opportunity to travel to other countries can see that even buildings that people live in have petrol stations. But the issue is, do we have enough safety measures to make sure that this happens? Because when that accident happened at Castle, it did not degenerate to a bigger problem because there were certain safety measures that were in place. That is why that did not happen. So the question is not petrol stations. In the first instance, what we envisaged was that the petrol station should be within 50, it should not be within 50 meters of anybody living. But we realized that people are coming and encroaching and living next to petrol. So this is not going to be possible in a purely urban area. And this is not restricted to Gambia. Anywhere else you go, you'll find exactly the same. But what we can do as a regulator is to strengthen the safety measures to make sure that even though they're there, they have certain automatic shut-off systems, and then their tanks are buried at depths that they cannot do certain damages and stuff. These are the things that we have to look at, because it's a foregone conclusion that petrol stations like the one in Bakau has been there for years and is next to a compound. The one in Banjul, like I said. And this is what is happening with the new ones as well. People are coming and living next to them. When we licensed some of this, they were living in isolation. But now, people have lived next to them. So it means what we can do as a regulator is to strengthen our safety measures.
All right. I'm asking about lunch for the Njains and Jubens who are here. We can go until the next week without a problem. Our S. Jeng, PURA Student Ambassador, are you here?
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Okay, my question is for Kamian. Why is it that the 3G users cannot use your SIM card to browse? Only 4G users and upward. The 3G users cannot use your SIM card. That was the only question I have.
Your first question is for?
Kamian.
Comium, okay.
Yes.
You said first question, so there's a second one. Okay, this
Thank you very much for that question. It's a very simple answer. Comium don't operate a 3G network. We only have a 2G network and evolved to 4G. So if you look at the evolution of mobile network, it started with 2G. Then 3G came with both data and voice, depending on the ratio of these two services. So you have the opportunity and option to choose what to do. At the time of Comium getting into the data service, the networks have evolved so far. People are talking about 4G, 5G, 6G. So we have
6G?
6G is being developed, yeah.
Okay, we've
so
not
it's
got there
like
yet.
before wasting most resources on something that has been there for decades, you have the choice and opportunity to move to what has evolved. So that's why Comium is a 4G network. If you have a 3G phone, of course, the data will not work. Yes.
Yeah? Are you satisfied? Are you fully satisfied? Not bad. Okay. All right. Any more questions from the floor? Huh? Yeah? Yes, go ahead, go ahead. DK Telecom, somebody's engaging DK Telecom, finally. Mr. Jammeh has been sitting here by just like a decoration.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Hadi Sise. My question goes to DK Telecom because I'm using it. Why is it that you guys don't give bonus maybe at the end of the month, maybe 2 days or 3 days? Because we also encounter on and off light, you know?
Okay. No, come down. Oh, everybody came down.
Good afternoon. Peter.
Who are you?
Oh, my name is Yahya Jammeh. I'm the Director of Marketing and Product Development, DK Telecoms. You have a very good question. I'm not sure whether your question was for DK or for NAWEC.
No, for DK.
No, you said electricity goes on and off.
No. When your network is down.
Yes, you know, bonus is an option on marketing, but my customer relation manager could give you more emphasis. When you have a problem with your line, when you call the office, we do understand what your problems are. But in life, that's what they call force majeure. There are certain problems that's beyond the ISP provider. For instance, we are also hopped on Gamtel, and they are talking of vandalization with NAWEC. Gamtel too, their fibers do go off. At times they are recent beyond our control. But if you have an issue, as the other operators have said, we are also using 1-3.
Lamin, let me just put somebody on, I understand, who's been on the phone for quite a while. Hello, good afternoon.
Afternoon, how are you?
Very well, thank you. How about yourself?
I'm fine, alhamdulillah.
Very good. What's your name, please?
My name is Sekou Cham from Genoa.
Okay. What's your complaint, or what's your contribution?
My complaint is that people have constituted an anthem on top of my compound.
Okay.
Since 2 years or 3 years back now.
Yes.
But they didn't tell me anything, and then the anthem is frightening me and my family every day and night, especially during the rainy season. When the winds start blowing, because it's standing at the wind side of my compound, at my wind direction. So also, I noticed that it is health-wise it's not good for us, because what I see is anthem should be more than 300 meters away from the residential area, and this anthem is stood just 30 meters away from my compound. So which is threatening my life and the life of my family, and we cannot condone it anymore. So I want to see that, you know, what is the legal right of me to see that, you know, let me have my freedom.
Okay. And
Yeah.
Are you addressing your complaint to PURA?
Yes, since 3 months I'm communicating to PURA. Since 3 months.
Oh, okay. So you've been communicating with PURA. Is it through 148?
Yes, through 148.
Okay. So for 3 months, you've been complaining via...
yeah, I've been complaining. I've been waiting for the response up to now.
And this antenna you said was put up by who? QCell?
This antenna was been put about QCell. I called on them. They said it is not them. So let me talk to PURA because it's PURA who gave them mandate for them to put it there.
So you don't know who the owner is?
I know the owner, QCell antenna.
Okay, so and they are saying that...
So, but when I called them, when I called QCell, their technical unit, they said they have been mandate, they have been given mandate to put it there. Okay. And that is PURA, so let me call PURA.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, he said they have been authorized by PURA to put it there.
Okay.
So I told them, okay, then my life has been sacrificed by PURA for you to make gain business. Because of this being threatening me, and then PURA is the one who tell you to put antenna on top of my compound without consulting me, up to date.
Okay.
So I tell them I will see PURA.
So let me get this straight. You're saying to put an antenna on top of your compound. Is this on top of your building? Just hold on. Hear my question first. Is this on top of your building, or is the antenna within, space that belongs to you as your compound?
No, not in my space. They bought a space at Alcalo's compound. Alcalo is my neighbor.
Okay.
Just 30 meters.
So the antenna is overlooking your compound and building, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Just 30 meters. Just 30 meters.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I think that's clear. All right, thank you. Let me start with PURA. Why did you mandate them to put up to put up the antenna there?
Sure.
Right. I'm just happy to see a customer. You are just sitting by two ladies. You can exchange numbers. If you have any issues, we'll be pleased to be there for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lamin. I'm sorry. I almost forgot that you were up on your feet. All right. Jamila? Oh, it comes out. Okay. Balama, johan solo lulu, please. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Customer from Genoy. Let me make this clear. PURA do not mandate anybody to put up a mast anywhere. What we have a responsibility for is that there is access to telecommunications throughout the Gambia. And this is what our mandate is. In terms of the mast that he's saying is next to his compound, these masts are required for network access. So I'm not sure if it is Q cells, I'll be very hard-pressed to understand why would they disclaim their own antenna. But that'll be very difficult in the industry. So what I want to know...
Here? You have technicians here who can deal with this, or Ami? Okay,
yes,
all right.
So they do. But what we're saying is with regards to access, and if he is afraid about the radio, what is it called? Radio frequencies that are generated by the mast.
Yes.
There is a saying, there's a rumors going around to say that it causes cancer. But this is why PURA has invested in an electromagnetic testing machine that we can actually do this. So we will offer this service to the gentleman where our people can come and actually test if there are any, if Q cells or whoever's mass it is emitting rays that are beyond the accepted limit. But there are accepted limits that are set for everybody in terms of how much your mass can reduce. We have a machine, we have the capacity and the capability to do this. We will actually come and test this if we will allow us to do that. I'm surprised his compliance is with us for 3 months. That is unusual. But we'll also look into that to see why it has taken so long for us to react to that. But be rest assured, we don't mandate anybody to do that. What we mandate them is to create access for everybody in the Gambia in terms of telecoms.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Solo. Ami? Actually, this guy says he's been talking to your technicians.
Yes, they're very well aware of this guy, and they've never disclaimed the fact that it's a Q-cell tower. It's actually, he is a next-door neighbor, like he clearly stated. And like Mr. Sima said, we have an agreement with the landlord of that compound to have our mask there, and I'm sure it's in regards to these false claims about radiation and all those things. Mr. Jatta is well aware of this customer, and it is our tower, and we've never disclaimed that. And PURA has been dealing with the same issue. I'm not sure who exactly, with Mr. Jatta as well. So.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else? Any questions from the floor? Eyeafrica, why are we not getting contributions from outside the country this time? Okay, Lamin has a complaint. This is addressed to PURA. Help me read this. NAWEC 1669 and PURA 148 are not accessible for deaf people. So what's next? What's the alternative?
I think we can talk to the service providers and see how best they can have a technology that would be able to allow them to have access to make calls, to make complaints. So I don't know if you have any idea. AfricCell, Chromium, QCell. Hmm? Yeah, but how can they make a call using that? If they can send text messages, yes.
They can't hear. They can't hear. So what alternative can you create?
They cannot type? Okay, they can send their complaints to info@pura.gm. No, because 148 is a number. Yes.
It's a voice call service.
Yes, it's only for voice. So info@pura.gm.
What if they don't have? They say SMS text. You should have an SMS, service as well.
Okay, we will consider that. Yes. Thank you.
Nawek, you're 1669. So what can you promise the guy? 1669 is voice. You call, you get prompts, to lay your complaint. They can't hear. They are hard of hearing. So what alternative service can you create for them? They can send text messages. They can read text messages.
Well, what I can say is that we are evolving from 1669 direct call to a fully fledged customer service call center, where you are able to send messages via social media. You are also able to send audio, and you're also able to call. And this thing has been developed, already awarded the contract, and is should have started installation at the place we have in Fajara. But because we are also about to build a new call center around Jimpex, where we have our project office, we're thinking rather doing the installation here, we just wait until when that's done and then we put it there. But yes, the system would be around, and we think before the end of 2025, it's not only going to be a call, but it's going to be a fully fledged call center.
Will Fajara stop being your property?
Fajara is a place that we are renting.
Or you are renting?
We are renting here, so we don't want to put that investment there right now. Yeah.
That makes sense. I thought you were moving because of a strategic building that's coming up. Okay. Okay, we have, I believe, 2 more videos. Can we have the first of the remaining 2, or do we have a caller? Okay. Is that the speaker? Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
That's the speaker. Hold on. Yeah, hands-free. Handheld, hands-free. So where's the speaker? Again, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, please introduce yourself.
Actually, I'm Yahya Jammeh. I'm calling from Joseph.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. I need a phone with a strong, speaker system. Okay, we're just trying to get a caller on before we ask the video people to play the next video. Amur ken ku tok fi ku ragala wax fogne angale rek lañ alaw fi. Ana manjago yi nak do len de complain be affaire bi metti sen kaw ngeen soga wax. Na jako ci titiya. So metti nak ñu soga do recall. Pita ye jurari banyana unda luoka. Okay, we can We can take our next caller. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, Alaji Drame, New Joshua.
Alaji, how are you?
Alhamdulillah.
Very good. So what's your problem, Alaji?
I think this is the third time I'm calling for this single complaint. It's about this number, 1818.
Yes.
That is calling me randomly on my phone, and I'm not too well. I'm on my sick bed.
Oh.
So normally the time they call, that's the time I am having my naps. That's the time I am sleeping.
Okay.
So I called them several times. So I just called them now, but the way they were talking was not even polite. They're just telling me they have nothing, they cannot do anything. This is an automatic random call set by the machine. They have nothing to do with it. So I have to call AfriMoney. So I told them I don't have contract with AfriMoney. It's you, AfriCell, the service provider that I have contract with. So if this number is calling me randomly, and then I cannot block the number, so I think I should be able to call you guys so that you can do something about it.
Okay.
Not everybody, I don't think this is nice. You can be in a hospital, you can be in a funeral, you can be in the mosque, you can be in your sick bed.
Okay.
If you have any service to advertise, advertise it on the radios and TV. If people want, they will go for the service. You just cannot be calling people randomly like that.
Okay. So they're trying to sell an AfriMoney service to you, right?
Yes, 1818. But they will call and then they would keep calling.
Okay, thank you for that call. PURA has what we call a D&D service, that is the do not disturb. We require the customer to subscribe to 1040. Once you dial that number and press send, it's going to prompt you to certain steps which you will decide either to receive text or messages or any kind of advertisement from the service provider. If you don't wish to receive anything, it will require you to press a certain number. Once you get a confirmation from them that you have subscribed to this, on a monthly basis, we have a report from the service providers. So once you confirm, you'd get that confirmation after subscribing to 1040, and you continue receiving these unsolicited texts, you can call us and take a screenshot of the messages that you got, and we will know what the next step is. Because they know it's going to attract a very serious fine to their network. So I don't think after you subscribing to 1040, you will receive any messages from them. So make sure you have a confirmation that you have opted out to these advertisements, and ensure that you get that confirmation on your record. So once we receive their monthly reports and your number did not appear on the register, we'll make sure we deal with the situation. So we apologize for what happened, but please dial 1040 and subscribe to the Do Not Disturb recommendations, and henceforth we'll know what the next steps is.
Okay, that's from PURA's end. Musa, I think you need to educate us. And because you said that usually people are not subscribed to subscriber-based services unless they, actually subscribe themselves. But here is somebody who is complaining about being subscribed to a service that they did not knowingly subscribe to.
Yeah. So this is the reason why we want to end it all. That we've been receiving from customers, that I'm receiving on unsolicited text for advertisements which I don't want to subscribe to. So this is why we bring in this regulation to ensure that once you subscribe to 1040, you're no longer supposed to receive anything from them unless you unsubscribe to 1040. So right now, it's like opened, but like you as a consumer has to dial 1040. After your subscription, when you continue receiving, and that should even there should be a confirmation that you have opted out from all advertisements. You are not supposed to receive anything from AfriCell or any other operator. So this is the only way out right now. You have to subscribe, you as a consumer. They cannot unsub you to that, but you have to.
I'm still confused. Now, when the issue of unsolicited text was coming, there was no mobile money service yet. And you succeeded in stopping unsolicited texts. So now we have, mobile money services, and apparently some numbers are targeted. I've never been called by this 1818, and I'm sure a lot of people here have not been. So how come, his number was targeted? And how come you can't stop these people, sending or calling, making unsolicited calls? It should be, subscribed services should be optional to the person. Just because they have a number with you does not mean that you automatically, target them.
So Peter, again, this is the reason why PURA deemed it necessary to create a regulation which will stop them or will deter them for sending any unsolicited text. It doesn't matter if it's mobile money or Q money or whatsoever. Let the customer subscribe to 1040. And once that happened, and he gets a confirmation, and after that confirmation, and he continues receiving unsolicited text, let him bring us the evidence. We'll make sure we deal with it.
So how do you subscribe to 1040? You just dial 1040 and send? Huh? I text it to who? Okay, I create 1040.
The network your
Yes.
phone is on.
Okay. Yeah. Let me Musa, in the meantime, go ahead.
Yeah. And what I just want to say is
I
that
sent to 1040.
as Jamila mentioned, the very way in which some customers are very much, against, receiving any SMS is the very way that you have some customers who are waiting to be called to be introduced to some of these things. So that is why PURA has left this thing open, coming up with this option available to everybody. Because yes, people complain about it, but not everyone complained about it. And as Peter mentioned in here, he's not being called. And there is nobody in this gathering here who can also attest to that he's being called. Yes, AfriMoney or any of these fintech services have been new. Someone's out there said he's been called. What's your take? You don't like it? You didn't receive the call. You missed the call. Okay. So there you go. But as we have a regulator in here who's taking care of this.
Someone received the call?
Someone says he missed the call. He was called, but
he missed it. Okay.
He missed it. If I may say something in here, I think this gathering today has a theme.
STOP.
The theme that we all should be very much focused on, but there isn't much being addressed in relation to the team. And that is something I believe is as important as anything that's been raised here today, which I think everyone in the high table wants to deal with, because it carries a lot of consequences if we don't deal with it. Thank you.
Yeah, the destination is invalid, it says. Destination is Destination is invalid. Okay, we'll try it later. I'm trying to send to that number, but it's not. Marie Yvonne Correa. Is Marie Yvonne here? Huh? Yes. Please come in front. Come right in front. That's why we are here. We are here for the consumers. There's a microphone right there at the lectern. It's on. It's not on? No, the base has just fallen up.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody on the floor. My concern is going to Nawek. I live at Fonyi, Somita, and it's a big village in Fonyi, and the whole village is electrified. Our main concern is gas power. It's a big concern to us. Our people, struggle to go to Brikama to buy gas power for their house utilities. So I would like to appeal to NAWEC for them to help us to have a substation at the village so that the satellite villages around us, because they have installed poles already so that they can be connected to have light. And to struggle to Brikama or go to Sibano, it will cost them a lot of struggle to go for gas power. So I appeal to NAWEC for them to have a substation at our village so that people living around us, satellite villages, can have access to gas power easily. I appeal to NAWEC to help out a substation and Somita. So it's a big village. That's my concern. Yeah.
So Matar jogo ton mo all des comrade.
Okay, thank you very much. From Somita, I think there is a branch in Sibano, there is one also in Brikamaba and in Biam. Definitely, we share your concern, but this is why we are also trying to partner with electronic platforms to ensure that people can access electricity at any time. We have third parties whereby people can access electricity. Remember, everybody is saying that our tariff is high, so we are trying to reduce costs, and all these offices are costs. They are going to add to costs, so we are trying to reduce those things. This is why we create a platform whereby third parties can interface with us and sell energy to. I'm not sure whether you have anybody in the village that is selling gas power. This is free. This is so common now. Everywhere, every shop can now sell gas power. If it is only for gas power. Other than that, you want NAWEC to come. Okay, we will see. We will look into the matter. But just remember, there are a lot of villages that are recently being electrified. So if we are to put an outlet in all these offices, it's going to add a cost. So we are trying to manage it. This is why we are going into solar and all stuff, so that our input costs will go down and the tariff will go down. I hope you will understand from that aspect. But we will look into it. We will look at the surrounding villages and see what is feasible. Okay? Fantastic. If at all the third parties are not also there, we also work with them to ensure that they serve, because this is the reason why we give them a license and then we allow them to operate so that they can reach to places where we are not there. Thank you.
Thank you, Matar. Marie Yvonne. And then I have a question for PURA about data cost.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marie Yvonne Korea, a PURA student ambassador. And my question is, we are combating cyberbullying, but there is something that is happening now, is a trend in the internet, especially in TikTok. We have various people that open accounts whereby they will make fun of people to have subscribers or to have followers. So like certain people will like, it happened to the face of UTG. There was a girl contesting, and then they were like, they took her to the media, telling her that you are ugly, you are this, you are that, you should not compete, this and that. So like, how are we enforcing that? Like, how are these people regulated by PURA? Because I believe that if these people are regulated by PURA, some of them should not stand on the internet just to make fun of people, and then like to make them famous by making fun of people. People will be following them, people will be laughing, which is so bad, because when you are cyberbullied, you feel like it's something that haunts you, because it's whatever is out there, it can come again when people want to use it to bring you down. So I'm asking, please, what do you have against that?
Okay, thank you very much. Where are the ushers? Apparently some people have been having lunch while we're sitting here, you know. The giants and the Germans. I need somebody to take the microphone to Solo. Oh, it's for Dauda. Dauda, go ahead.
What's your name again? Mari. Okay. You see, the internet is a very delicate ecosystem to regulate. But okay, in terms of the Gambia ecosystem, so cyberbullying comes in different format. You have harassment, you have impersonation, you can have exclusion, and so many. So in this case, it's a harassment. So, but what makes it more difficult is the perpetrator, and then the one being harassed, they don't know that they are being harassed. So now, that is why awareness is very important. What you say, of course, is a cyberbullying. It's just like our normal setting, the physical bullying. You know, nga gis ni nga ne ko da nga ñaaw ngeen study ko tooñ xam na, so that could even lead to depression and then isolation, and even in some cases they can even commit suicide. And even if it is a student, that will lead to poor performance at school, you know, and then it can lead to a whole lot of things. So next time when it happens, what you can do is just call PURA 148 and you complain to us, and then we will take up the matter. We have a very good working relationship with the Gambia Police Cybercrime Unit, and then we work hand in hand to get these things to work out. And then, yeah, we have laws, as we say, we have laws, but many people don't know that these laws exist. So next time it happens, just let us know, and for the purpose of awareness, if you have any cyber-related incident, be it bullying, be it revenge porn, or WhatsApp compromise, which is very common now, just call PURA 148, and then you'll be sorted out, inshallah. I hope that helps.
What's WhatsApp compromise?
Okay. So the trend is they will try to manipulate your WhatsApp number, because WhatsApp activation works through code activation. So it will generate a code and it will be sent to your phone via text, and then they will call you and say, okay, Mr. Gomez, you are in group so and so. Probably they must have compromised a member of a group, WhatsApp group, which you are part of, or which you are part of. And they will say, okay, we're supposed to have a WhatsApp Zoom meeting by, let's say, 7 p.m. today. Okay, and we have sent you a code via text so that we can add you to the Zoom meeting. And then you not knowing, you also give them the code, and then they will hijack your WhatsApp. And then we have seen scary incidences. We have seen scary incidences where individuals were compromised, and then since everything works through WhatsApp communication or other social media communication, the guy received a transaction with, I don't know what type of transaction, but it was a money transfer. And then the guy was able to intercept the transfer and then use a local agent and I went to the bureau to withdraw the transfer. That is how serious it can be. And even somebody can even impersonate an individual and be soliciting funds from their contact. So yeah, this has been happening, and then we have dealt with cases of such. So if you know anyone that is compromised, just feel free to let us know. Call 148, and then yeah, we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Okay. A question for PURA and service providers. Why is data expensive in the Gambia? According to reports, Gambia is ranked 10th in Africa for most expensive data tariff. We start with you, Solo. Operators first? Okay, let's start with Gamtel. Ali, udamala like rek?
Thank you. Anyway, the data, you know, sometimes it's not that expensive. It depends on how you use it. You know, some of these mobile phones, they have running apps and others, so that's it. So it depends on how you use it. So I hope that answers your question. But all the GSMs are within the same payment plan or charges they do. Thank you.
Okay, let's have contributions. Most. Then Sajo. Hana anam nak semua la call ya dinga ñew. Dina la call.
But I think the data charges in this country, being 10th in Africa or 10th around the world, we have to look at a lot of things. Investments in terms of networks all cost money. And we have to also understand that all the GSM companies are into business. They are not, I'm sorry to suggest that they are philanthropic bodies. And they have huge, huge overheads and then lots of taxes to pay to the state, contributing a lot to the development of this country. And yet still, we need to know that it has to be paid for. The development of the country has to be paid by us, the citizens. And this is why sometimes these data, as you mentioned, you want them to see them lowered. And you will also agree with me that data has been lowered across the country from all networks. All networks have lowered their data charges. So to suggest that is at an unacceptable level is something that, if only you want the companies to go bust, and that's not also good for us. Thank you.
Ami, can I have you next on data? Why is data so expensive in the Gambia? We are the 10th most expensive country in Africa, we are told. Well, you are here to take questions from the floor. This is not manufactured by me, it's there.
I think that's the #1 question at every consumer parliament that we have. Exactly. But like my colleagues have already stated, I think there's different things that we need to factor that are not similar to, for example, Senegal. The comparison is always Senegal. Senegal has a population of about 17 million people. And #1, tariffs come from different things. #1, we pay license fees to PURA in foreign currency. We pay taxes. Like Musa mentioned.
That's new news. You pay license fees to PURA in foreign currency.
That's a fact. Okay, to the ministry then.
Well,
to the ministry.
In foreign currency. Legal tender in the Gambia is the dalasi. Huh?
Okay.
No, well, they're saying no.
It's not accurate. Okay, you can come and clarify that.
Yeah, I think we need that clarified. The legal tender here is the dalasi.
Peter, last year we slashed our data prices by almost 50%. And we're not doing that because we're generating so much revenue. We're doing that in answer to what the public has been saying. But also we do have higher running costs, and that has to be factored in. So we're doing our best. We do not think that the pricing is ridiculous. Some of the other countries that charge lower prices also pay lower taxes to their authorities. So all those things have to be factored in as well.
Thank you, Ami. Sajo.
Thank you, Peter. I think the answer is the same. Few things I want to add. It has to do more with cost. The cost of telecom is not cheap. And then I'm sure if the survey that revealed the 10 most has been reviewed, probably the number would have been better now. Because we have had a significant reduction on data for the past 12 to 14 months in the Gambia here. Data has significantly reduced if you compare 14 months ago and today. And then another thing that my colleagues maybe forgot to mention, Gambia is one of the countries in the sub-region that are only connected with one submarine cable. And that could also be a significant hindrance to why data is so much expensive. Why? We have so many operators here. If you are not satisfied with one, you move to the other. #1, maybe quality. #2, maybe price, or so on. So the same thing, we are forced to hook on to one source of upstream data. So this is a significant challenge that every operator in the country is facing. In addition to what
other countries have more than one.
Senegal, for instance, they have at least 4.
At least 4?
Yes.
Submarine cables?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Thank you.
Interesting, interesting. I need PURA to clarify this foreign currency thing. Yeah, Sergio, give the microphone to Solo. Because we cannot be here and be told that the dalasi is the legal tender in the Gambia. And
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. I think as you suspected, it is not paid to us, neither is it in foreign currency. It's pegged at foreign currency, but no, it's not the foreign currency.
Oh, okay.
And also the license fees for operators in the Gambia is one of the lowest in the sub-region as well. I think we also need to note that. But like they said, size of the country will determine these prices. But also, as a regulator, what we can do, and as a government, is to liberalize the sector so that you have more players. The more players you have, the idea is competition will happen. And hopefully they will compete at price, end user price, which is not regulated, by the way, by the regulator. It's left to the operators. They can choose to raise it or lower it. Unless it is lower to a point where it becomes detrimental to their own health, that's when we intervene. But we're leaving it to competition for them to compete on the basis of end user prices. So that is where we are as regulators, that we are allowing them to do that. But their cost, like they're saying, the cost of a BTS to a Gambian company is the same as it is to a Senegalese company. Whereas in Senegal, a particular region, in a particular area, the amount of people benefiting from one BTS is much less than Gambia. So the return on investment cannot be compared. So there are other things that they have to factor in to do those things. That is why, as a regulator, a lot of people would insist that we tell operators, lower your prices. But then it becomes difficult for the same regulator to also ask them to roll out, because we want them to go everywhere in the Gambia. Gambia is not limited to the combos. Rather, there are people that are living in the provinces where operators actually roll out, that they're not getting the revenues that they're investing in those areas. But it's an obligation that every single Gambian has the same access regardless of where they live. So these are factors that are considered. But like they said, the cost data is coming down. We're hoping competition is taking care of this. Chromium's injection of a new idea of resurgence have seen an impact in terms of what has happened.
Absolutely.
We've seen different, we are also licensing different forms, like satellite is now being introduced as an alternative to data. Before, satellite was restrictive, but now technology have moved to a point where satellite can be much more prevalent and the capacity is bigger. So we're hoping to see a difference in that as well. So they will have to do these things at the competitive level to see how prices can be lowered. But by no means can it be forced on them, because if we do that, then we can also not tell them to roll out. So our role here is double-edged sword, where we want them to roll out, but at the same time we want prices to be lower. Absolutely. How do we do this? But this is the daily challenges that the regulator faces, and these are the things that we are working with them. Thank you.
All right. Here's a question. My question has to do with messages sent to people's phones via SMS or WhatsApp, that a particular mobile operator is giving free internet service for a particular period, and at times people fall for these traps by calling a number that you are asked to call or follow a particular link to follow. My question is, what do the operators do to counter these kinds of messages? Let's start with Chromium. Sergio. You can speak from there. I think most of the cameras have gone now.
Thank you very much. Peter, these are scammers. You have scammers, you have marketing agencies that are also collecting data from users. There is no way a GSM company will send a message to customers on that without having to develop that promotional campaign and then go through the normal process it does. And they have their own social media platform where they post such kind of campaigns, products and service availabilities. So if you see it anywhere other than these platforms, you can be suspicious that it's a scam. So in that case, You don't have to either open the link or call the number they are asking you to call to. Otherwise, when you do, if it is used as a marketing agency, they must have extracted your data. And they can use those data to make other means of making money. Yeah, so this is what happens. We don't usually communicate through other platforms. We have our own platforms using the normal medium, radio, television, newspapers, and our own social media platforms.
Okay.
If you don't see it there, it most likely is a scam.
Okay. So, but the Comium user who receives this, on their WhatsApp or whatever account, they can't come to Comium to say, help me stop these kinds of messages. That's what the question is about. My question is, what do operators do to counter? I'm sure the word is stop these kinds of messages.
Yes. The medium through which these messages are received have no link to the network.
Okay.
It's WhatsApp.
Yeah, true.
So it's from the internet. We cannot stop it. It's just to encourage people to follow the right channels to get information from operators. Otherwise, if you follow WhatsApp groups, messaging being forwarded through WhatsApp or Facebook, you might be caught up through this scam.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Second, you have a question? Buba, okay. All right. I've just been advised that Mr. Sekan wants to excuse himself. Any questions relative to water? BMJ. Achakai. Here's a very good friend of PURA with a question. Okay. Can I, Sadio, just a moment for the camera.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
I'm a bit late. Sorry, my apologies. I thought it was going to take the whole day.
We are here till midnight.
Okay. Well, I have a question for NAWEC or the regulator if they can intervene.
Yes.
I want to know if NAWEC can be sued by its customers.
Okay, good question.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Sima.
Did you hear that?
He only wants to know whether NAWEC can be sued by its customers.
Yes.
Can NAWEC sue and be sued? That's the question.
Buba. Can you? Who's going to step in for NAWEC? So, you guys are running away from the question. Okay.
Buba.
BMJ, your contract will be cut short.
Exactly.
Yes, I think as a legal question, and I think we are part of this, we are a government entity, and we can be sued and we can sue. Yes, so I don't know in which format, because just as I was having some fufu and super kanja, somebody asked me and said, my kettle is born, and then can I take NAWEC to court? I say, yes, if you have grounds. Okay, now, for instance, BMJ go and build a compound, walk into a shop, go and buy inferior cables and wire your compound, and then your kettle will get burned. Yeah. You are not suing what? You can go and sue the guy that gave you the cable. Because, yes, many people saying, NAWEC nyoko laka. Fine, yes, because sometimes the fluctuation. But what happened? If you go to 90% of those compounds, you check, you realize that they have inferior materials. And then you will only realize, I'll give an example of what happened in Lameng. The guy went all over the news and said, NAWEC burned everything. When we reached there, we realized he have an internal fire. In fact, NAWEC, our breaker tripped off and the electricity was safe. His neighbors are safe. So mostly what will happen is you have your internal problem, you didn't take care of it, you want NAWEC to be blamed for that. I'm not saying we shouldn't be sued, yes, but please bring along your grounds to sue us. Thank you.
So most times NAWEC is scapegoated?
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay, very good. So let's have the video, please, while we think about other questions. Hana, could we use fiber fee? We haven't got a question for Gamtel yet. And my sister has been sitting there all day. Gamtel, maybe your fixed line has not worked for God knows how long. Bring up the issue, all right? Fixed lines just dead in this country. Ask a question. And, fiber and all of that. So, yeah, Gamtel are here. So, well, let's watch the video. And our Eyeafrica, because Buba has just spilled the beans about having super kanja.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi. May tuda Aliou Sambou deka Kunkujan Jatta ya. Kontaan naa trop seen teewaay bi fii pour ñu am waxtaan mbiri network si line si yëpp. First of all dama bëgg a wax ci bu fekkee ne QCell man am naa QCell maa ngi use QCell seen connexion bi baax na QCell problème bu ñu am mooy ne seen connexion daf dee teel a jeex dafa gaaw da ngaa jëndal léegi nga use ko rek mu jeex yaa ngi gis ba pare am na place yoo xam ne connexion bi daf dee baax daf dee gaaw waaye am na place yoo xam ne du dee baax because ñun fii amuñ antenne dëkk bi yëpp benn antenne amu fii du Gamtel du Commune du QCell amu fii understand nga so ñu ngi am jafe-jafe boobu noonu si QCell bi suñ munee dimbale dëkk bi ñu am antenne fii dina mun a yombalal affaire bi understand nga waaye léegi nii nu may waxee ak yow seen connexion bi nu moo gaawee jeex da ngaa subscribe loolu du dem taf mu jeex understand nga so loolu ñu ngi ko jànkuwante fii si dëkk bi fii nga ñëw si commune dañ ñëw man yenn saa dama day foog ne ay naxaate la understand nga dañuy ne soo amul mobile boo xam ne am na 4G du mën a dem connexion bi waaye commune seen connexion bi fii baaxut ñu waxante dëgg woon luñ def mooy ne soo jëndee connexion bi dañ laa jox ay bonus comme soo jëndee crédit nga dugal connexion dañ laa defar ay bonus ay minutes yoo xam ne danga ko dee dañoo la ko dee jox waaye léegi nii soo jëndee crédit bi yax bi kese moo fa dee nekka understand nga amul bonus amul dara understand nga ba pare soo usee seen connexion bi da ngaa use tuuti rek ñu ne la you have used 80% of your connection understand nga te loolu léegi daf dee gaaw ba pare seen connexion bi baaxut fii tamit suñ munee dimbale tamit ñoom tamit ñu sampa seen antenne board bii nii because am na dëkk yu ñoo xam ne ñoo ñu wër mel ni Kubune Galoya Makumbaya Bafloto Kubariko ñoo yëpp ñu ngi wër fii Mandinari understand nga so suñ munee yokka ci loolu noonu ba pare ñu defar seen menu bi understand nga won pour xam sa connexion bi sa ñaata la daf dee jafe because ñooñu luñ ko defaree dañ ko war a defar bu baax da ngaa gis ne soo buggee xam sa connexion bi lii code bi ngay dugal soo buggee xam crédit code bi ngay dugal understand nga so loolu suñ ko defee dafa gën a yombal affaire bi si ñun waaw nga ñëw Gamtel dafa over 10 fii Gamtel baaxut man am naa Gamtel understand nga am naa Gamtel depuis long time am naa Gamtel yàgg na trop sax so ñooñu tamit ñu ngi jànkuwante di seen problème dafa mel ni GSM yi seen problème bi fii mooy seen network bi ak seen connexion bi soo koy use Gamtel pour nga use connexion fii loolu is very very difficult honestly waaw Africell tamit noonu la ñii yëpp seen connexion bi soo duggee si town bi daf dee yomba daf dee gaaw daf dee baax waaye soo ñëwee ñun mi nekk si kaw fii loolu ñun ñu ngi jànkuwante ay jafe-jafe bu tar si GSM yi yëpp nag waaw loolu suñ amee antenne fii ñoom yëpp ñu am antenne fii su fekkee ne duñ am antenne yi fii waaye suñu amee dëkk bi benn antenne ñu am beneen dëkk benn antenne loolu dafaa yombal jokkalante bi dafaa yombal connexion bi man lii laa am pour ma wax ko gars yi ñu dimbale ñu si antenne.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullah dewe Kunkujan Jatta yale deto mo Isa Kedalete follow Africell ndefanga Africell use no but nada Africell bula because ala network ko Kenya le atina man traka Africell use adum jama babe je fana ne nyinin ka be QCell use ka wala commune so ni tata ko la fana la dol to ibu ka network ko fa wala soto fere wala na jama bota Africell pour but ni QCell ni Africell commune official ta demande bay Gamtel kay mom ni tata la dol to Africell ibu ka network ko soto han demande
3G, they should be able to latch on as long as your network also have 3G. So when you're moving and your SIM is 4G, if it comes to an area where there's no 4G, it should automatically drop to 3G. And likewise, an area where there is no 3G automatically drop to 2G. And when you're moving, the moment you have a 4G signal area, it automatically takes you up. That's the way it should work. International standard, that's the way it's worked everywhere. So this is something that we will have to take up with Comium and have further discussion with them. Okay. But I don't think it's right.
So right now, is that how it works with AfriCell and QCell? When you are a QCell or African subscriber and you go out of a 4G area into a 3G area, then it reduces, drops down to 3G.
I know about QCell, but for AfriCell, that's why I said to you, we had some discussions before, and they said they would look into it, but I think it's something that, because of this, somebody else raising it, we will do our own findings, and then, discuss it in management and see what to do. Thank you.
QCells is confirmed, AfriCells is yet to confirm, even though we don't have a complaint, of that nature yet.
Yes, but we know that they were not doing it, and a discussion was held with their commercial guys.
Okay.
Gamtel is not even 4G. And they were like, we want people to buy, to get the 4G SIM. Something like that.
Gamtel is not even part of this conversation.
No, Gamtel don't have 4G.
They are not even 4G yet.
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Gamtel don't even exist in some areas. What is happening, Aliu? Njeka judu njeka? Acha know what, So what are the, come and give a, sorry? Yeah? Okay, Ramu, okay, let's bring in Aji Ramunyas. Okay, there's a question for you. BMJ will manufacture one.
Good afternoon, Auntie Ramo. I want to ask, what is Gamtel doing to bring back that Gamtel that we used to know? The Gamtel we used to know, which was one in the sub-region. Is there any plans on the way that we should expect Gamtel to be back? And also the ADSL cables, I wish to understand that they run along the highways, but not inside. The ADSL internet cable. Yes. The fiber optic, I mean, exactly. Sorry, the fiber optic.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, my sister. Please begin by introducing yourself.
My name is Ramunyas. I'm the Director of Customer Service, Gamtel. Thank you, Peter, for manufacturing a question for us.
BMJ manufacturing.
You got BMJ to do that. Anyway, it's a good question, but if we want to tell you what Gamtel is and is about, maybe we will not go. We will sleep here. But
we have time. We don't mind sleeping.
The Gamtel he knows, or most of us know, in the 80s was the Gamtel that was purely voice communication without data. And Gamtel has evolved to not only a telecommunication provider, but an infrastructure provider. Infrastructure provider, I mean, we're providing services for all the GSM operators that you are seeing. And that contribution cannot be emphasized, if I could say. Because if you look at our network infrastructure, when it comes to the provisioning of data, we have products like fiber, which is either dark fiber or lit fiber. Dark fiber is the dark fiber that the operators use to backhaul their telecommunications from their cell sites to their customers. And I think Gamtel is playing a very significant role in that. Without us, when it comes to data and the transportation of these heavy bandwidth usage by the operators, it would not have been possible without Gamtel. So that is number one in the way Gamtel has transformed itself from a voice supplier or voice telecommunications operator to a data communication provider. Because if you look at what the fiber, I'm just going to talk about fiber for now before I move on to the other services. This is purely about how Gamtel have evolved. There is no businesses in the Gambia today that is not utilizing the fiber. Starting from the hospitals, the MRCs, we have built up network infrastructures of fiber that are very resilient, that brings about them communicating remotely in terms of medicals. And there are a lot of things that is happening when it comes to innovation. Gamtel has been playing the leading role in that. Today, sometimes you will see mobile operators will have a problem and they would tell you that we cannot proceed or we have certain issues because Gamtel, there is a fiber cut here and there. Fiber cut is one of the challenges that is impacting on the service delivery that we are providing for our customers. Now, if you look at Gamtel, we are providing service for the GSM operators. We are providing service for the institutions, the banks, and even the ATMs. Today, most of the ATMs, when you go there, there is what we call fiber to the ATMs. You will, when you cannot get money from your ATM, it's not because the technology is not working, it's because there is no money on the ATM. And that is powered by Gamtel, and that is the fiber technology that is doing it. And we have dark fiber to do that, and we have lead fiber to do that. When it comes to lead fiber, most of the transmissions that are happening right now, if you look at the radios today, the TV stations, maybe with the exclusion of QCell in a way, but in some way, most of their sites are being powered by fiber. And the radio stations, if you come to Radio Gambia, the services that they use on transmission are powered by Gamtel. And you come, all the radio stations, being small or big, there is a role that Gamtel is playing. Recently, the OIC was a classic example of the evolution of Gamtel from voice to data. All the entire telecommunication and even connecting the radio station to be able to be seen anywhere and everywhere was done by Gamtel. So we are still there. We are still blue, light blue, dark blue, as I am wearing today. The brand is still strong, and people are still utilizing our services. That is that is fiber. And fiber is not only relevant now, even if you have your 4G, 5G, or even the 6G that is coming, fiber would be still relevant as it is used to backhaul the data from their base station or their cell sites to their customers. So that is one. Now coming to our legacy networks, that is our landline services. The landline services, there had also been transformation in that regard, because once the broadband service was launched, we launched the broadband service where the G-Fiber, that's the GPON technology, is being introduced to the customer. That is what we fiber to the homes. That is why most of us have fiber in our homes, not only in our offices. During the process of that broadband launching, an upgrade was done also on our ADSL, which we call ADSL 2+. And ADSL, unlike fiber, is a copper network. It runs on coppers that are buried on the ground, but it is a telephone line connectivity that we know in the 80s. It is still, we transform it into ADSL 2+, and that is a broadband technology, and people are able to, access broadband service at the lowest possible cost. In fact, that $1,500, if you do a benchmarking or look at the PURA report, there is none of the service providers that is providing that cheap technology. And I would want to agree with most of my technology, most of my counterparts here. Rolling out telecommunication is very expensive. The investment is huge. And if you are, like us being in government, and there is regulation, and there is also the fact that we have a ministry, we have so many other factors or forces to adhere to other than being a private. Sometimes being a private operator is an advantage. You can do things very fast, you are agile, and you can capitalize on any situation that you find to be profitable. Unlike us, we have our challenges, but notwithstanding, with all those challenges, we're trying, and on top of that, being the infrastructure provider for the GSM operators is not a small challenge. And you cannot be like the common saying, Ana Gamtel, I want to tell everybody that we are still relevant. But most of our services has become back end to provide services for the operators, and we are doing it up to their expectation. And I think that is something that is important to bring to the customers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajira. Just stay on your feet, because suddenly you've become very popular now. Question to Gamtel. In neighboring countries, fixed lines are still very active and usable. But in the Gambia, it's a different story. It seems like fixed lines are dead. Therefore, my question is, what is Gamtel doing to revive fixed lines? If necessary, add new innovations that can be very attractive.
You see, that question, I have even answered it, because I said that the landline telephones that we have used in the past are now being used to deliver broadband services. Before, even in BT and other countries, the telephone line services was purely voice. But with the advent of new technology and new innovations in broadband services, we have transformed the line services into a vehicle for broadband service delivery. I think that.
But does that still leave the line usable for voice calls?
It is still used for voice. And what we have done is that if for residential, if you have your landline telephone, when we provide broadband services for you, when you have another landline customer, you can communicate for free. That is our own nets as the GSM.
Yeah, but you didn't tell me that.
It is. Huh? You can do it on your
I can tell you what my number is, 4375997. When I ask for fiber, they just put it into a modem. Now, you can't call me there.
Do you have ADSL or do you have GPON fiber? What do you have?
Fiber.
That is it. We are talking about ADSL. It's a copper line. It's different from the fiber technology.
Yeah, but why did they give me a technology that kills my line for voice calls?
It will not kill it for you, but there are other people who,
So what can I do to retrieve it as a phone line?
It's possible. You can contact us. Give us
4375997.
And there is a reality in the market. In customer service or as in marketing or whatever, you don't superimpose things to customers. That old saying of customers are the king still exists. You know why? Because I cannot push customers to go for landline when they have the possibility of using their mobile phones. You have 4 operators, and somebody touched in here. We are a very small market. The market is so small compared to Senegal. So the customer have become very powerful because you have many operators. you have how many GSM? 4 GSM companies.
Yes.
Several ISPs,
Yes.
5, 6 ISP, and 1 Gamtel.
So you see Gamtel.
You're talking about, yeah?
You see Gamtel continuing to provide voice call services as competing the GSMs?
We are not competing per se, but we are complementing the service. You know, if
Yeah, but you're denying me now my right, to continue using my 4375997 for voice calls.
You can use it. I'm giving you a general statement to say that at the end of the day, as much as you can market, whatever investment you put in your marketing campaign and your plans, it is down to the customer. And if he wants, if the customer definitely needs to use other services, you cannot deny them that fact. But what I am saying is that the landlines is still important, and we're still providing it. And right now there is a campaign that we are doing, because there are a lot of lines that have been lying dormant. That is number one. And number two, the infrastructure, because it is an old infrastructure, there is a lot of investment to be done. That is what we call our rehabilitation plan, which we are doing. We are rehabilitating the landlines, and that requires us to put more poles, because you have to put physical poles. You have to put new cables there. You have to get to the customer. So wherever we have customer requests regarding landlines, we have to check the, but if you need the landline for voice, of course we will provide. Now offices, up till today, the offices are still using landline, because it's very important. And in some business area, it's as a result of trust. You cannot give me a mobile phone and tell me that this is my physical business telephone. So the landlines are still relevant. Our business portfolio in terms of landline is not declining. What is declining is the landline in the houses. Because even if I connect my house, a landline, it will be silent there. People will not, except our moms and dads, because it is important. Because when you take away your phone, your mate is there, you need to call. And that is why I said landline is still relevant for residents and for business.
Okay,
I know you are a lover for landline.
No, what I'm suggesting is there any possibility of innovation to have television cables? Utilize your cables to have TV in people's houses.
You see, what we are offering right now, either it is fiber or ADSL, you have the ability to do triple play or quadruple play. It is possible. It is possible, and there was a time we had, there was a business guy that we engaged to have a partnership. Unfortunately, it didn't work. It was as a result of us, GRTS, and other players, which I don't want to go into detail. Yes, something like that. Yeah. That too was just like that would be an innovation into the triple play, quadruple play. But if you have a broadband now, there is nothing that you cannot do. We can do a lot of things using our smart TVs. So it's like, as far as Gambia is concerned, there is no restriction in terms of innovation at the level of where we are today. That's what I wanted.
Okay, thank you.
There's another question here. There's another question. Why is it that it is difficult to get a Gamtel technician to fix our fiber if it has a problem? Most of the time, if we encounter a problem, my dad has to drive to Gamtel office so that they can get them to come, because calling them is of no use. Customer care issue.
Yes, that is a challenge, and I agree with the customer. But we are doing a lot to address that issue. One is the issue of awareness, because we have a customer service contact center, and the number is 1311. When you call 1311, you should be able to get agents to address your problem. But in the Gambia, in general, we like to call who we know. That is a fact. If I am working at Gamtel, somebody would say, I'm call correct, then I'm sort out. Because we have another problem as well. We don't like queues. We are not organized, sorry to say, but we like to be given special services. And in services like this, where everybody is a client, we have to respect the norm and follow the way that it is. If you call that number, you should be able to get customers, a customer service rep to address you. It is not perfect, and we are working on a lot of solutions to empower those people who are there. One of the things that we have done is that there is a back-end WhatsApp, group that we connect all the technical service directors and the people who are hands-on to solve the problem. So if 1311 complain, if some of you visit 1311, I could say it is much better and much faster in terms of the service that we used to deliver. It was very poor, and most of the other issues that we have faced with is the issue of honesty, which is not only with Gamtel. Somebody mentioned giving 1,200 to somebody. Yeah. This is something also affecting the customer service delivery. Because for me, I always said that customer service delivery is not about the customer service department. It is a sum total of all the other departments within the institution. And once a chain is broken, the customer service is broken. And then you will have to say, I'm saying customer service. And then it is bigger than that. Because where the resources are required, and Gamtel, to be quite honest, as we speak, our major challenge is financial resources. We need support. We are a government entity. Government need to support us. Government need to be with us in our drive to get to the customer. Because access is everybody's business. Ours, including all the operators. So together, just as my brother Mohammed just said this morning, together we can do it. But if the investment that is required to make Gamtel, the Gamtel that we all need to be proud of because it is a Gambian business, is not forthcoming, the issue will still remain unresolved. Or if it is resolved, it will not to be to the satisfactory of the customers.
Thank you, Ajiramu. Any more questions for Gamtel?
Peter, yako tony fair kuna.
BMJ. No BMJ yo kay mun nga wax fi nekk ba midnight su la nexe.
This one is for Solo PURA.
Okay.
I want to ask what you're doing for to the regulators, because most of the time, the service providers, most of the times their cell sites go down and they're on the maintenance, and they will not notify us customers. And then, your internet will not be working for a number of hours, and then all of a sudden it comes back. Or when they send you a text, it's pretty much too late. And they have cost you maybe some inconveniences. So what is the regulator doing to tell these people that they need to notify us? We are the customers. They need to notify us if there's any cell site that's gone down or there's any maintenance that is taking place. Because I understand PURA is doing the do not disturb thing, that if you don't want text to be sent to your phone, you should dial so number so you will not be sent. But they need to notify us customers if there is any cell site, if there is any maintenance going on. But that does not happen. We all suffer the consequences, and it's detrimental to our businesses. So I don't know what the regulator is doing regarding it.
Thank you, VM. I think the question of notification by operators when it comes to the cell sites going down goes down to quality of service. As a regulator, I think we have a quality of service machine that is attached to all the operators' networks, where actually we are not only just monitoring, but monitoring with the aim of implementing whatever is monitored, that it is implemented, that if they do not, there are consequences to that. This is something that we had, and we are working on rehabilitating it. But to add to that, we also have recently invested in a quality of experience machine. You know, we have a machine that measures scientific measures of KPIs of call drops, call echo. I'm calling somebody's phone and they're saying it's switched off when the person is saying the phone is not switched off. These are the KPIs we use for the machine. The machine measures this and does a report to say this particular operator is operating above, at par, or below the KPIs. But what the quality of experience machine is doing is going to be fixed on a phone. You as a customer using your phone as normal, it will mimic what your experience is. The machine can say all the KPIs are met, and yet still you, the customer, can still say the quality is bad. So this is where the quality of experience equipment will fill that gap, where there would be no need for notifications, because they know if they fail on their KPIs, on the QoS, there are financial penalties that they suffer. So as a result, it's not in their interest to even fail it in the first place. So you would probably not feel the brunt of that, because the idea would be that it should not. The license that they have promises that they're going to give service to customers. And then there's no limitations to that. Even if they have a problem in the bargain, you should not know. It's something that they should look for ways to make sure that service continues. So continuity of service. So even if they have a service that is not even backed up, it's not a service. So they would be working against their license conditions. So these are some of the things that they know that they have to do. Well, when it comes to NAWEC, that's a different matter. Notification is required. But I think they have started doing that online, but I don't think it's enough. But still people want to know more, and they want to use different mediums to do this. So I think with their new customer care, the PR office, they're trying to look at other ways to do that. But the text messages is not enough. But everybody's in WhatsApp groups now, and different means and mediums should be used to actually engage their consumers. This is what we encourage them to do, and we will continue to do exactly that. Thank you. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Solo. Any questions? Okay. We'll take another question. Please come in front for the cameras. Take it.
Thank you for this important gathering. So my question is...
Your name first.
Oh, sorry. So
And
my
please
name is Modu.
Don't ever come to a gathering where I am wearing this, all right? Especially the lower part of what you're wearing.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? We will have that discussion after this. But yes, sorry.
What's your name again?
Modu Sar.
Okay. Again, don't ever come to where I am wearing this.
All right, all right. So my name is Modu Sar, and I have a question about the fintech space and the up-and-coming digital economy. Basically, as we all know, the digital economy is poised to, it should be poised to provide a lot of jobs in this country if it's the way it's supposed to be. One of the things that is hindering that is the availability of a proper payment gateway. And I wanted to ask PURA what they're doing to speed that process up, because I feel like it could benefit a lot of people. And the second question is basically if there's malpractice in tariff rates for telephones, can PURA actually detect it?
Okay. Good questions.
I think they'll start with you, with the malpractice.
Thank you very much. My name is Ibunget. I am a senior economics working for the Department of Economic Regulation, PURA. Basically, the first one, let me start with the last one where you talk about the billing verification. Yes, we have a billing verification in place. If you feel that you have been cheated or your line is the rate at which your line is consuming your units are not normal, we have a billing verification in-house where we can verify at the point in time whether, you were built correctly or not. The other part is about the fintech. Basically, we don't regulate fintechs. The fintech is regulated by the central bank because it has some financial implications. What we do is we provide the platforms on which these fintechs operate, which is the mobile networks and internet services. I think that helps you. That is helpful.
Does that answer your question? No, if you're not satisfied, keep engaging. You have to be satisfied.
So your answer is basically PURA is not involved in this process, basically.
They provide the platform, so they are involved.
We involved because we provide the platforms, but we don't.
But the regulation is done by the Central Bank of the Gambia.
Yeah, because
CBG,
there is,
for
it has
fintechs.
to deal with money, and then when anything that has to deal with financial issues is regulated by the central bank. So we only provide the platforms under which these financial institutions or fintechs operates. Yeah.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, yes. The central bank is the regulator when it comes to fintech. As a regulator, like you said, we provide the platform. But as a regulator, we also meant to introduce this type of technology, and PURA is in support of actually doing this. I think currently we are in the process of understanding the convergence natures of fintech, in that it operates on both platforms, financial one at central bank level, and also the technology that they use, which is the regulator is involved. But we are signing an MOU with them so that we can collaborate more effectively, I suppose, so that you can have a one-stop shop where we feel that they have more lineage on, they will actually operate, and we will leave them and we just support, just like we are having the arrangement with GCCPC, where they feel that the regulated entities complaint is related to us, they leave it to us to do. Where we feel it's much broader, we send it to them. So we are working with the central bank in that aspect, where we will sign the MOU with them, which will actually define the parameters that we operate in. But it's a reality, I agree with you. Fintechs are things that, we all need to be cognizant of, and it's an area that young people can contribute to the national development using technology as a vehicle. Thank you.
All right, we have one more video to show. It looks like we will definitely be keeping in time because provisionally we were to end at 5 o'clock and we're doing very well. How many of you are here to have lunch? All right, so everybody has had lunch except for the chairman. The chairman hasn't had lunch yet. And and the service, you're the host, you'll eat last. Okay. Let's have the video and hopefully we'll get a few more. Or do we have questions in here? Okay, the video first.
My name is Lamin Sedikan, residing here at Lame. Drivers are facing a big challenge on the side of fuel. For the first time, fuel is always been increased without our notice. It is not announced, and then sometimes you just go to the petrol station and found out that the fuel has been increased. Which all give us a lot of problems, and then to solve that problem, I think PURA and the government should take in a step that fuel increasement should be announced and then should be given notice too, so that the drivers can be prepared and then know when the fuel is going to be increased or reduced. Reduction of fuel kaimom, you hardly hear that, but increment is frequent. Every time you go to the petrol station, fuel is being increased by 50 bullets or $1. And then this is a big problem. And then that does not reflect on the fares.
Fuelo mu fenneti mi alon ko bi fuelo da seleta ba kele. Fuelo da seleta sele nyala mi alon ko drive full button di bakele. Because e kamen sam fuelo la ni ajani fotilo boyda ni kamen soto adango do ya batele anu Comme je ni man fenso de meland la moto fonce tiano ita de danola bot nde na diamote jamfa bala ntebe diam la menna wala mo men yalon ko imata transport la ini mansa kunda ye fero ke ya jube fuyelo ning paso la ko be nyame ya diam because ndenga bala fa dame so de wala mo nakara muto dindingol menu kata anin na musol menu kat trouble because anin keba kotol dum bi banko kan nibe mantoro na boy dak la dindingol le ka ni musolo anin keba kotol e kaje mo ka tama singol kabiri Westfield fo tabo ko abe moto hosulla femma sabu fo fielo la kolea because nin trifle bota fo 5 o'clock yaje ko nibita enin fembukana ibini fembukata e ken sengola kata e mol samana abuke febo trifle be ka ji akatra clientol be fata de silo kan because mol buka ji ñoo ñala 4 o'clock le mol ka ji start dol kata ji fo 7 fo 8 but trifle ne men bota fo 5 aje ko fielo men be mbulu nin ko be borla ka yoru kata kana tem febo la be ka jile haninde lay garage ko no yang 6 o'clock don ka fo motola ñafo ya ko fielo be mbulu titano go ni bi la tara man sa ni bi ni fembu kana fielo be mbula man febo andum to nyato nyande la man ni la rindele mamoto ko ko yalla mbay biri ñu fielo da seleta ne momo borda fo tele nantele lulu drong na la fielo jube na ma febo da kala do ko kuntule do na kunda katra mbamalu adin dingolu anin na keba kotol wala katra batari.
The quality of the fuel, most drivers complain that they put oil, engine oil. Most people said they put engine oil on top of it to mix it. And then I can even attest to that. I bought a fuel somewhere, a petrol station. I use it, and then eventually my car had a problem with that fuel. The engine started smoking. So when I asked my fellow drivers, some people told me they used to mix the fuel with oil.
Because jeka fuelo sifa bele jang dobe finna dobe wulela dobe koyla so aketa injecti problème ni pompi pro ndem fongo be lori ndem binni ala tema na moto fulan hayna lora be panda pompola nda be ka sumuni la fuelo ina quality fuela asibol lembang fuela munem bang fuela do ina sunkan dobe serala teng dobe wulela dobe finna fuelo mon contrôle na pompi problème o stiata Gambia ni injectol ndem fongo be lori ndem bibi nata ko min camera sem ala no fonga na pompo tan laring namoro ayna loring apanda pompola heto e ka fay dalasi wuli worowula wuli sey même ba montele ba jola 2000 3000 fema sa fo fielo injector pompol bebe tiñakan so ngawoje ko be mu fielo la problème de bari nte ba na londi man fode ye man fielo study bari ntel drive yaje ne ko fielo min kane buka beteya kam wala pompol ni la injector be tiñale de man fon fel don ni ala ni kila men na kaburo ga na pompi fula hayna laring imro ha biya na loring be panda pompola so o fana mu ko le adol timbulu
Consumer Parliament wala na takana matui Consumer Parliament wala na
Wanja, you expert for everything.
All right.
Be essence. Dinañ la jox broadcasting tamit next time su ñame complain GRTS nga di la mom.
No, Rudin mu ngi fi na baye ba Rudin.
Wa acha.
Okay, Jeff, I think the concerns are in two folds. The first one is on the quality of fuel. The concern he raises, the fuel is adulterated with oil. Maybe what we can say from our end as regulators, the Petroleum Products Act, which is the governing instrument for fuel products in the country, has given PURA the mandate to ensure quality assurance. And with respect to that, what we have been doing since we took over the downstream petroleum sector in 2016, we signed a contract with SGS. We know that in this country we don't have any lab that can provide that services. So SGS is well known and accredited in the sub-region here. So we sign a contract with them, and every quarter we collect samples randomly across the value chain from the depot to the petrol stations, and transport them to Senegal for testing. So just last month, these tests, the results were delivered to PURA. And I have to agree with him that we have to do more in terms of making sure that the public are aware of what is being done with respect to this, which obviously we have not been doing. But to reassure him, the results we got has complied with the national standards set by the Gambia Standards Bureau. So in terms of quality, that's what we have been doing. And I think the improvement that we can learn from this concern is that PURA, we need to be sharing the results from the activities that we have been doing. So
the results show that, contrary to belief, the quality of fuel coming here is acceptable, if not top of the range.
Yes, it's acceptable with the parameters that we have analyzed.
Okay.
So with the pricing, the fuel prices in the Gambia are set on monthly basis by a national stakeholder committee headed by Minister of Petroleum and Finance. So this committee involved stakeholders across the sector, and based on the...
Does that include PURA?
Yes,
okay.
PURA is fully represented, and based on the international plat prices for fuel, the prices are revised. So I think, again, the notification, that's a mandate for PURA. We have to be the interface, and I have to agree that the notifications have to be widespread in our different communication facilities we have, the PURA website and the social media handles. And from the operator's side, it is also mandatory that all the service stations should make sure that if there is any revise in the price, they need to also put it in their service station boards. That's a mandatory obligation to the service stations.
No, they do that, and that's where the problem is. I'm shocked to hear that, notification is meant to be given. Now you don't get any notification. You just, on the first of a month, you drive into a fuel station, you were buying fuel for $79 and you suddenly see $8.
Exactly.
By the way, fuel has gone down. Nobody has talked about that.
Right.
It went down by a few butoots this month.
Yeah.
This November.
Exactly. So, but I think still we can do more from the service stations. Obviously, as you said, they have been doing that. But from PURA, we just want to accept that we can do more. And from his concern, we want to reassure him that we really increase in terms of notifying the public to the changes that happen.
That is important. I announce fuel prices as they come, but that is because I have a relationship with the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Finance.
Right.
But you hardly hear radio stations or in the newspapers, journalists writing about prices going up.
Yeah.
Whereas those of us who've lived long enough know that in the Jawara era, you were given advance notice. On such and such a date, the price of fuel will be this, this, and that. People had days, and what happened in those days is 2 or 3 days before you'll have a run on fuel.
Yeah. So maybe this is something we have to bring to the attention of the National Stakeholder Committee, because usually they meet almost at the end of the month. By the time they are done
they catch people unawares.
Yes, by the time they are done with their work, it's almost end of month, and automatically they will just publish the price. So maybe they will have to change their modality of work to give a grace period that they can inform the public that at this point in time, the fuel prices will change.
Can you also address the issue of colorization of fuel? We talks about different colors, woleringo, one jamba katango, whatever.
Yeah, that's still on the quality. What we can tell him...
This is visuals now that we're talking about.
It's visually, but it's still on quality.
So the red is better than yellow. Yellow is better than green. Green is better than blue.
No.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, it depends on the type
If you
of
say it's
fuel.
quality, it means that between the blue and the green,
Yes.
there's a difference.
Now, for example, let's say Ego, which is gas oil. It's a bit darker, even with its quality, than petrol. But like he said, if you have seen any abnormal color, that means there is a problem with regards to quality. So color is an indication. If we have that problem, he can just collect a sample in a bottle and bring it to us here. So that's still on consumer complaint resolution. The consumer complaint department will forward it to the technical department, and we will do our investigation.
How does PURA work? Does PURA wait for complaints to come to them before they can do something? Why not be proactive? Go out, catch these fuel dispensers unawares. I mean, don't wait for me to drive into a fuel station, buy fuel, have issues, and then call Solo Mangi. No, that's why you are there. You are meant to prevent that kind of problem arising for me in the first place.
Well, we have different strategies.
Yes.
One of them is the complaint resolution. When you made a complaint, then we follow the complaint resolution process. We also have our own established processes of making sure, assuring quality. One of them is we have a program on health, safety, and environmental inspection. We do that every 6 months. We inspect all the petrol stations, including quality. So the other thing, we also do ad hoc monitoring. For example, if you go to Parliamentary, there are fuel recycling plants. One of them was operated by the Chinese, which have been stopped from operating. The other one is between Parliamentary.
Why were they stopped? Because
of their operations. So we work with NEA. They were working in very friendly environmental conditions because of the emissions and the quality of the fuel that they produce. So that's, there is also another plant between Mandinaring and Makumbaya who have been stopped. They tried to apply for license, but because of their operational conditions, they were not granted. So those are suspected facilities in the country that could illegally operate, that can result to this fuel adulteration. But we cannot be there 24 hours. We do our ad hoc monitoring. But on top of that, if anybody is affected, we'll still imply that let them complain to 148 and bring it to our attention to do further investigations.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. BMJ is just saying that this is not made known. Tell us what you do on our behalf.
Yes.
Solo, yes, go ahead.
I think, what I was saying about adulteration. Just last month, somebody was affected by this, came to us, and we were able to resolve it, and the person was refunded. So people's engines have been affected, but if they are, and they complain to 148, we have intervened in instances where those machines are repaired by the service provider. So there is recourse that these are the things that we do, that you can complain. The complaint resolution mechanism is not limited to. But what you're talking about as well, Peter, about proactiveness. In regulation, that's a dangerous thing. Already we are accused of being biased by having a consumer affairs department by operators, in that we are consumer biased. So it means also you have to be careful not to be seen to be fanning the flames.
Okay.
Because they can accuse you of, there is no problem, it's the regulator that's actually fanning the flames. So that is why we prefer, even though, like Musa said, there are preventative actions that we do. All the laws that we have are meant to be like that, but really, regulation happens after the fact generally. Okay. We expect them to come and complain. That is why we spend a lot of money and time in engaging people and making them to understand that it is their right to make these complaints. And if they do, it is also their right to make sure that we do something about it. So that way, nobody can accuse us of, this is a PURA initiative, they are fanning flames, they want consumers to come and insult us. But this is what we avoid. So that balance is not an easy one to strike.
No.
Yeah, so that is what we have to do. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you, Solo. Any more questions? Looks like we have only service providers here. Consumers, they're all tired. They're all satisfied. Fantastic. Okay, the mic.
Yes. I heard Mr. Jai said in their quality control mechanism that you take samples once every year and take every? Oh, 3 months. Oh, I overheard you. I thought you said once every year. I wanted to ask what happens in between, those times. But it's fine. And if it's once every 3 months, it's fine. Thank you.
Okay. If we don't have any more queries from the floor, then let's have one more short video. I'm told it's not a complaint, it's an advert. Hopefully not an advert for the next Consumer Parliament. Wanyil music bi ngay dem mom danka be fum le yangi bëgg tocc no pay. Eyeafrica, we are expecting a video to close the Parliament. They're eating. Okay.
Faulty meters, anything relating to electricity or water issues.
Have any complaints about the telecommunication sectors? Afisel, Gamtel, Chromium, QCell. Do you have any issues with the network?
Would you like to know more about on-net and off-net tariffs, the difference between the two? Would you like to know more about electricity tariffs and also how they are calculated?
Have you ever been sold mixed oil at a petrol station? Or are you worried about your water quality?
Have you ever been scammed? Do you receive unsolicited messages? Here's what you need to do.
Make sure you reach out to your service provider as the first point of call. And if they can't solve your problem,
148 has got you covered.
All right. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all the service providers here present. I'd like to thank all of you, for being very patient and being very cooperative and participatory. We have now come to the end of this session, actually 7 minutes early, and I've just been advised that I should call on the Deputy Director General to make some closing remarks, and that's it. We'll see you in 2026. Yeah? Before the presidential election, of course.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, everybody. I think it's going to be short because I think we've said everything we wanted to say as consumers, people that we've gone around to see, for them to express their opinion. I think this platform will continue to provide. As consumers, it's also your responsibility to make sure you attend this type of forum so that you can express your views and your concerns to your operators so that they can deal with this. But I will want Peter, I want you and everybody else to thank our able chairman on my behalf and on behalf of the authority, as most chairmen would not do this. Yeah. He's been sitting since in the morning.
Absolutely. A round of applause for the chairman, please.
Thank you. Honestly, yes, he has been very supportive of us, and he understands our issues more than he lets on. So I would want to thank everybody for their attendance, operators, and for those of you that were online listening to us, we thank you and we appreciate you, and we hope to see you in 2026. Thank you to everybody, DCA, the Consumer Affairs Department, the girls that just did those advertisements. They are all PURA staff, and we thank them all for the dedication that they have put in this for the past, I think, almost 3 months they've been preparing for this, and we want to thank everybody. Thank you, and have a good day, and thank you again. See you in 2026. Thank you.
Yeah. Just finally, pray that Liverpool beats Man City tomorrow. And this man is Modu. I warn you, don't ever come to an event with wearing that.
That's the biggest team in the world.
Are you serious? Woodland stand.
Yeah.